Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2024 ABBS Green Synergy Solutions to Net Zero Emissions, based on bioenergy for resilience and sustainability at Country Hills Hotel, Chiang Mai, on 17 to 20 September 2024. Today, the activities are divided into three parts, which are a talk from keynote speaker in the morning session, following by a panel discussions, and after lunch break, pitch presentations from Yes Challenge. And at the end of the day, there will be another panel discussions. Last but not least, there will be an awards presentations at the closing ceremony. Before we start, let me take this opportunity to introduce key people in these sessions. Please help me welcome administrators from Major University, Associate Professor Dr. Virapong Thongma, the President of Major University. Assistant Professor Dr. Yuvali Anprapom, Associate Director of Academic Development, Major University. And Associate Professor Dr. Rame Prabhu Ramaraj, Assistant Dean School of Renewable Energy, Major Universities. Moreover, we also have important people from ABBS ACABT. Please give a big hand to the CEO of ABBS ACABT, Professor Shi Yi-U. Professor Zheng Yongzhu, the Professor of Fengjie University and the Project Overseer. Director Dr. Hen Saputra, National Research and Innovation Agency from Indonesia. Director Dr. Ahmad Fatoni, National Research and Innovation Agency from Indonesia as well. Postdoc researcher Norita, Minister of Science, Technologies and Innovations, mostly from Malaysia. Moreover, Ms. Senior Jurista, Strategist Concitec from Peru. Attorney Dr. Amando Clobo, Department of Agriculture from the Philippines. Deputy Dr. Komet Jitwanit Paiboon, ABBS Center for Technology Foresight, ABBS CTF from Thailand. And the official Dr. Jing Min Hong, Minister of Science and Technology from Vietnam. Now it's high time for Associate Professor Dr. Virapong Thongma, the President of Major University, to address a brief welcome speech. Please welcome.
You know why? Because the light to my face. No. Thank you very much. Just would like to welcome all of you. Some you far away from your home, 50 hours. Oh, 50. You fly yesterday, right? So who beyond that? Beyond 50? Chile? Maybe sleep. This is, you far away from your hometown and you come to Chiang Mai. You know that 2 or 3 days ago, we also have a problem with that we call rain boom, rain boom, or you call what they call like a dow, right? Or mini bush, right? This is very, I don't know, maybe just only 1 month we have 2 times, 3 times, and next week will come again. Now already passed from Philippines, so they will hit Vietnam first. After that, Lao PDR come to Thailand, and after that, Myanmar. What happened with us, the young generation? So today, we try to come and we would like to discuss about this. Who will do? Who will do? Just you do, you do, you do. How about us? We should do by ourselves, right? From us. Start from us. Like we have stone, we throw stone to the water. So what happened? The wave will out. From 1 become 10, 10 become 100, 100 become 1,000, 1,000 become 10,000. Like that. I think just only 60 or 50 of us here will make a strong for our work, for our life. So for the young that I would like to open here, I just give you, we come with love. L-O-V-E. L is mean leader, leadership. You should try become yourself, become your leader by yourself and your group. And for the next, you will become the leader of your society. Like the young generation that Professor Wu told me, become the big potato already, right? Many of them here. Okay, make a big hand for Fengji University, because they make many products. This is our alumni, right? Fengji alumni. And after that, you become big in the future. We, I mean, myself, Dr. Wu, Dr. Chu, we will become aging population. But you, the young, will become go up. Okay? So this for leader. O, it means opportunities. You have opportunity to come here, to meet each other. It's our life. It's our world. You know? Because from USA, from Chile, from Peru, from Indonesia, from Vietnam, from Malaysia, of course, Thai people. We can see each other here. This is our opportunity. Keep it. Link it. Not just only come to meeting and bye-bye, say goodbye, come, just say hello and say goodbye. Nothing. So networking is very important for us. Linkage. Okay? Make it for strong in the future. If you very good, you can make believe together is better. Become friend and become working in love. This is for the young, not for Professor Chu. Anymore. Okay? Opportunity. And another one, L-O-V. It means values and value added. Make more value for ourselves. Make more value for us. And for core values. Core value we talk about bioprocess technology. We talk about resilience, and we talk about sustainabilities of what? Of our society, of our world. This is our core values. Like Mejo, we have core value M-A-E-J-O. Mejo, M-A-E-J-O. Mindfulness, aspiration, excellence, justice, and origin. Origin from what? From agriculture. We cannot far away from agriculture, right? We eat, right? We drink from agriculture all. This is for core value. And for the last, for ethics. Ethics. We respect with each other. We respect with the young generation. We respect with the old generation, not the old, but the senior people. We can work together and, make it group linkage. This is very important for us. Myself, thank you. My university also thank you for APEC, for your support us and let us become the host for today and the day tomorrow, right? The day after tomorrow, just only 3 days, but we can see to each other, but we can make more collaboration in the future. You give my opportunity to meet all of you here. My staff also can work with you here. Oh, sorry, the director of academic here, Dr. Saniti. So, thank you very much and welcome to Chiang Mai Universities. I thought, sorry, Chiang Mai Point. I saw Dr. Sai, Chiang Mai Ratchavat University. Yeah, so we can work together now and welcome all of you here. And we hope that you enjoy here and make it more collaboration in the future. Welcome and thank you. And hope you will happy here in Chiang Mai province. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this impressive speech. So now I would like Professor Shi Yu, the CEO of ABBS ACABT, to give another welcome speech to all of us. Please welcome.
Because the president not on the stage, so I follow you. I just say very thanks because this time maybe we have some new face to our family, big family. I always say big family. I think first of all I will introduce Professor Rosper Ochoa from USA, UC Riverside, please. And like Genia, American side, yeah. So Genia is from Peru. And Andrea, I think Andrea not here. It's from Chile, yeah, from Chile. It's Chile. And we also to the ocean continent to Australia, right? So Mario from University of Queensland. That's a new face, maybe because in the west part, I think we have several chance to meet each other, so everybody know each other. But you are a new face. So in here, I just say thanks to MJU and MJU team prepare this event. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you. I just say thank you for all of you to join us.
Thank you, Professor Shi Yu. So right now, we also have Professor Zheng Yongzhu, the professor of Fine Arts University and the project overseer, to give another welcome speech to all of us here. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you for all, Professor Wilpong from the Major University, the president of the Major University, and the CEO to invite me here. But I have no plan to speak, this morning, So actually, maybe I just can explain a little bit for this 3 days event here, because we have three kind of the activity here for these 3 days. For first one, we have the workshop, APEC workshop. We call the Green Synergy Solutions for blah, 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 a lot, okay? And then we have also the final pitch for the Yes Challenge. There's many students here, right? There's very good students because we, through 3 months to 4 months, the training course, and they can be selected by our jury members. So today we also have a lot of the jury members here. They are invited by our group. And then after the final pitch, we will have another demo site visit. So this is a 3 days event here. We hope everyone here can have a very good experience and then can enjoy the Chiang Mai province. Okay, because we are not also go to the major university. We also have some plan go to Chiang Mai Ratchapat University, like our good friend Dr. Sai also here. And then we also have some friend like from the NTech Newong, right? There's a director in the NTech under the Messi. So that's very good. You can plan and organize all the 3 days activity here. Thank you very much for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zheng Yongzhu. So right now, to capture this moment, we would like to take a group photo. So please gather together in front of the stage and take some photo together. Okay, this way. Okay. So after this, I would like to give the stage to Dr. Delisier Unita Raman. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Delicia. I'm delighted to be your host for today. So before we start our workshop today, let we invite Michael as our project manager to introduce the project from this event.
Okay. The PowerPoint, please. Okay, thank you very much, every reputed expert and participant for your coming to this event. And here I would like to introduce the project for this APEC event, please. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, where's the PowerPoint? Yeah, my PowerPoint, introduction PowerPoint, please. Okay, okay. Yes, this one, please. Okay, so I'll begin with the 5W1H to begin this project introduction. So to promote the green energy solutions for net zero through bioenergy and BCG for resilience and sustainability, we set this event with the APEC workshop, training course, demonstrate best practice with you who are the policymakers, experts, young entrepreneurs in the back seats, and APEC for our delegate to come to this event. And together, we have this event is to fulfill the APEC 2022-2023 theme and goal and the APEC for our strategy plan. And we are very glad we are finally gathering here today in Chiang Mai at the Canterbury Hills. Next, please. Okay, so this project had aligned to the APEC goal, including the Bangkok goal by APEC 2022 and the theme by APEC 2023, creating a resilient and sustainable future for all, and the BCG economy. So, to align with the APEC Forward Strategy Plan by PPSTI, SMEWG, and Energy Working Group, this project is to build capacity regarding knowledge, ability, skills, and innovation, and for the PPSTI, and to strengthen MSMEs with young, female, and disadvantaged minorities for their entrepreneurship and innovation. And for EWG is to enhance the energy access by achieving an affordable, reliable, resilient, and sustainable energy supply. So we have set two scopes, which is for 2 days. For today is technical solutions, and for tomorrow is the social solutions. So for this purpose of this event is for capacity building. In the workshop, we have policymakers and experts to address the net zero policy and technology issue. And for the training course, we have young entrepreneurs to present their innovative and entrepreneur pitches. And we have the demo side best practice to showcase the green synergy application for the resilient and sustainable living. And the goal of this capacity building is to make the policy recommendation by key finding in the workshop, and to make the innovative and entrepreneurial solutions with the key learning by the young entrepreneurs, and to share the knowledge and experience through the demonstration of technique and method in the best practice. So the ultimate purpose of this project is also to link the APEC fora, including PPSTI, SME working group, and the EWG ACNERD with the APEC centers such as APEC Center for Technology Foresight in PPSTI, and SME Crisis Management Center in SME Working Group, and Asia Pacific Energy Research Center under EWG. And we have this pleasure to invite the speakers from those centers to join this event and give their speech. And we also have our participants from OECD and ASEAN joining online. And we are very, of course, very glad and have this pleasure to have you all to participate in these linkages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, for the nice presentation. To kick off our workshop session, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Nabi Matusin from the Asia Pacific Energy Research Center in Brunei Darussalam. Nabi will present on the topic Green Energy Transition in the APEC region. Please join me welcoming Mr. Nabi to the stage.
Esteemed colleagues, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nabi Matusin. I'm a researcher at the Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, or APEC, which is based in Tokyo, Japan. So it is my honor and great privilege to make an opening presentation on this topic, green energy transition in the APEC region. So this is the outline of my presentation. So first we will go through the APEC energy goals, and we will look into the tripling of global renewable energy capacity, and then we will look into the current state of power sector in the APEC region, and then we will look into the current state of bioenergy electricity generation in the APEC region. Some examples of green energy projects in APEC, some of the challenges, and finally the conclusions. So the APEC energy goals, so the APEC Energy Working Group, EWG, has two main collective goals that has been set in 2011 and 2014. The first of which is to reduce the energy intensity by 45% by 2035 from 2005 levels, which was decided by the APEC leaders during the Honolulu Declaration in 2011. And 3 years later, the APEC energy ministers in their Beijing Declaration, they decided to double the share of the modern renewables in the APEC energy mix by 2030 from 2010 levels. And also, recently we have seen that during the COP28 declaration, there's a decision to really triple the world's installed renewable energy capacity generation to at least 11,000 gigawatts by 2030. And based on that, the APEC leaders, based in their recent Golden Declaration, they also decided to pursue and also encourage efforts to triple the renewables capacity globally through existing targets and policies, as well as to demonstrate a similar ambition with respect to other zero and low emissions technologies, including abatement and removal technologies in line with the domestic circumstances by 2030 as well. So we see that the APEC economies, they have adopted really ambitious decarbonization goals, targets or goals. We know that almost all of these economies, they have pledged to reach net zero emissions by 2050. But based in their NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, they also have pledged to reduce the emissions, their domestic emissions, from about 11% by 2030 to as high as 52% in 2030 as well. So let's look at the current state of power generation in the APEC economies. So you can see that according to the 2022 preliminary data, APEC's electricity generation remains largely dependent on the thermal sources, so usually referred to as fossil fuel combustion. So this includes generation from coal, from oil, from gas. Okay, This accounted for about 63% of the total power generation in 2022. Hydropower accounted for about almost 14%, while solar and wind, electricity, they collectively contributed about almost 12% in 2022. Nuclear only contributed a small share at about 9.4% of the total generation mix. And if you look at the installed capacity, ABBS installed capacity has reached over 5.2 terawatts in 2022, which is almost a three times increase from 2000 levels. We can see that the capacity of renewables has increased by 5 times, while thermal capacity increased by only 2.5 times. And the reason for the large increase of capacity of renewables is because of them having a very low capacity factor in order to reach the same amount of electricity from the thermal capacity. And so if we look at the electricity generation from non-carbon sources, so which is basically the combination of carbon-free in narrow definition and also carbon-neutral generation. So the share has increased from about 31.4% in 2000 to 37% in 2022. And on the other hand, the electricity generation from carbon-emitting sources, which is basically thermal sources, has declined from 68.6% to 60% between the same period. So this growth in the share of non-carbon electricity generation can be attributed to the large increases in electricity generation from solar and wind, which have increased by over 760 times and 210 times respectively from 2000 to 2022. And if you look at the bioenergy, because today's theme is more on bioenergy, so I would like to share a bit insight on bioenergy. So we can see that the electricity generation from 2000 to 2021 almost tripled actually. So this is driven by the substantial growth of electricity generation from the use of biomass in China, basically. But really, despite that, the contribution of bioenergy in ABBS total energy electricity generation remains very small and marginal at about 1% compared to that of solar and wind, which contributed about 3.7% and 6.2% respectively in 2021. So based on that, we can see that the low penetration of bioenergy in ABBS power sector highlights the ongoing challenges in upscaling the electricity generation from bioenergy quickly and sustainably. Okay. So if we look at the global scale, bioenergy only contributed just 3% of total electricity generation and 3% of global installed capacity and electricity generation respectively. And however, bioenergy, particularly through biomass co-firing with coal, offers potential for reducing CO2 emissions from coal power plants and avoiding stranded assets from existing assets. We can see that coal-firing may provide low-cost options for electricity generation, utilizing abundant and low-cost biomass residues in existing coal-fired power plants. So the right-hand side of the slide shows the two examples of biomass coal-firing in Japan and in Malaysia. So in Japan, there's a project called in Soma Energy Park in Fukushima Prefecture. The Mitsubishi Hitachi Power Systems project was able to run at a 34% biomass mixing ratio. This enables CO2 emissions to be reduced by over 30% compared to coal-only firing. And in Malaysia, there's a project initiated by the Malakoff Corporation's flagship project, which is part of the National Energy Transition Roadmap (NETR), aims for a 15% biomass mixing ratio by 2027. This would significantly offset the CO2 emissions from coal-fired power plants in, I think, in Johor. I think. Next. So we also have an example of a solar power project in Vietnam and a wind power projects in the Philippines. And as we know, wind and solar are very crucial pillars of renewable energy, which will provide clean, sustainable power that helps reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and mitigate climate change. Okay. However, increasing the uptake of solar and wind has particular challenge. So as more economies increase their use of solar and wind, which are quite an intermittent or variable renewable energy sources, in the coming years, they will face a growing number of weeks with surplus electricity and extended periods of lower wind and solar conditions. So during these times, grid-scale power storage or other power supply sources will need to be invested. Okay. So given APEC's broad geographic range, diverse flexibility solutions are necessary and needed to manage the variability across the different timescales and climates. So this presents an opportunity for green energy technologies to play an important role. So as energy systems move towards net zero emissions, it will be essential to replace the flexibility provided by the unabated fossil fuel power plants with flexible or dispatchable green energy alternatives. Okay. Next. So besides solar and wind, hydrogen projects are also gaining momentum in the APEC region. So in May 2024, Peru announced the $2.3 billion Arequipa hydrogen project, set to establish Peru's first ambitious hydrogen production facility. So powered by a 1.8 gigawatt solar plant, this will produce about 80,000 tons of green hydrogen annually and converted into 440,000 tons of ammonia for export. So this production is expected to start, I think, in 2028. Okay. So battery storage is also recognized as the possible solution to the challenges brought about by the inherently intermittent nature of the renewable energy sources. So here are two examples of deployed BESS, one in Singapore and one in the United States. So in addition, BESS also enhances energy systems resilience by protecting users from potential supply disruptions. So we know that its flexibility makes the BESS an increasingly vital technology for grid integration with variable and renewable energy resources. Next. So small modular reactors, or SMRs, represents an innovative investment in nuclear power technology. Okay. So unlike traditional large-scale nuclear power plants, SMRs are factory-built, which could enable faster setup and reduce initial investments. Okay. So one notable example is a floating nuclear reactor in Russia. This is designed to power the remote and off-grid regions such as the isolated Arctic communities or areas with limited energy access. So the reactors in Russia, which is based in Pervek, has two reactors that are capable of generating 35 megawatts of electricity and providing heat as well. So it exemplifies the energy solutions in challenging environments. Okay. So as we move towards a more decarbonized energy structure, the expansion of green energy presents several challenges that must be addressed to ensure a successful and reliable shift. So first, in most situations, green electricity generation is more expensive and costly. So developing and deploying green technologies involves high initial costs, often requiring substantial upfront investments. So this can be a significant barrier to widespread adoption, particularly in developing economies. Secondly, demonstrating the viability of new green energy technologies often requires extensive pilot testing, which can be challenging for getting the fund as well. And thirdly, as mentioned earlier, integrating renewable energy sources which are intermittent, such as wind and solar, into the power grid, they introduce variability due to the intermittent nature of the sources. So this variability challenges grid reliability, stability of the grid, and necessitates investments in grid flexibility, energy storage, and other supporting technologies. Challenge number 4, securing a large and stable bioenergy feedstock for bioenergy power plants requires management of many suppliers from different sectors. So in addition, pre-treatment of biomass resources is necessary to improve the energy density of the biomasses, and this will increase the efficiency of biomass combustion. And lastly, the new green energy technologies also face market entry challenges, which includes regulatory hurdles and competition from with established energy sources, such as the thermal energy sources. So, to conclude my presentation for today, the APEC Energy Working Group has 2 collective goals in energy intensity reduction and doubling of modern renewable energy share, as well as to support the global tripling of renewable energy capacity by 2030. As we have heard earlier, that now the APEC economies are adopting a very ambitious decarbonization target by 2030 and eventually reaching net zero goals by 2050. And APEC's power generation is still dominant, it still relies heavily on thermal-fired electricity generation, despite substantial growth in generation from solar and wind. Bioenergy currently has a very small role in APEC's electricity generation. Several examples of green energy projects in the APEC region could serve as key elements in accelerating towards energy transition in the APEC region. And lastly, several challenges that we have heard earlier must be addressed systematically and holistically to ensure a successful energy transition in the APEC region. So with that, I end my presentation and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nabi, for your insightful presentation. Now, maybe we can have 1 or 2 questions for Mr. Nabi, please, if you have any question. Yes, Miss.
We set a goal to increase the renewable energy for 10%.
Yeah.
But we also want to reduce the energy demand for 45%.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Because only 10% of renewable energy, and then what the rest of the energy come from? We want the economic growth.
we cannot
Mm.
without energy, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we said there.
Yeah. It's
So what else we can?
first of all, I think the goal is collective, so
Yeah.
it's not enforced on individual
Yeah,
economy.
yeah,
So
that's understood.
one economy may not reach the goal, but other economies may help to reach the goal as a collective region.
Mhm.
So I think there's one of the issues with energy transition is that it's about the cost. Energy transition is very expensive, especially for the developing economies. So I think one of the ways that economies could help is the developed economies to help the developing economies to give the funds or provide expertise, so that eventually at the end this goal can be reached. So
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Because we don't have there's much time. Thank you, Mr. Nabi, for your insightful presentation. A big applause for Mr. Nabi. And for our next speaker is Mr. Sri Jangkung Sumbogomurti from National Research and Innovation Agency Indonesia, who will discuss sustainable palm oil-based green energy technology, accelerating Indonesia toward net zero emission. Please give Mr. Sumbogo a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, I am Sri Jangkung Sumbogomurti from the Research and Innovation Center, Indonesia. Okay, this time I would like to take a talk about the sustainable palm oil-based green energy technology that can be able accelerating Indonesia toward net zero emissions. As we know that Indonesia is one of the world's largest palm oil producers that has great potential to leverage the palm oil industry to support the transition to green energy. Palm oil has long a major community in Indonesia in agriculture, also in economic sectors. However, environmental challenges related to deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions, and land degradation have created an urgent need to find more sustainable solutions. Why we have to say about the importance of sustainable energy solutions? Sustainable energy solutions are important to several strategic and environmental reasons that support the transition to net zero emissions by 2060 that was targeted by the government of Indonesia. The first one, the sustainable energy sources such as solar, hydro, geothermal, and bioenergy produce little gas emissions, which are the main cause of the climate change. The next one, by diversifying energy sources by using renewable energy can increase the energy security. Moreover, the renewable energy can help us to reduce negative impact of the environment. And of course, by the sustainable energy can improve people's quality of life by providing access to clean and affordable energy. The government support for the global commitment by de-industrialization, development of renewable energy-based power plants, also the use of palm-based biodiesels are concrete steps to achieve our targets. Last but not least, the development of technology in the field of renewable energy can increase efficiency and will be able to reduce operational costs, reduce environmental impact, and improve the people quality of life. In our institutions, new and renewable program is about this one. The first for optimizations of the national energy system potential and feasibility study of the new and renewable energy. For the new energy, we are conducting research and innovations on the hydrogens, coal-bed methane, coal-liquefaction, coal gasification. For the renewable energy, we have geothermal, wind, biomass, also biogas, water and stream, also energy from waste, especially biomass waste, ocean thermal, energy conversion, and agricultural, plantation, and livestock waste. For the other clean energy, we are conducting much research on the bioafter and biohydrogens, as much as the biorefinery, using vegetable oil, of course, green gasoline and green diesel, CCUS and EOR, and also we conducting research on green building technology, fuel cell and hydrogen storage technology, smart grid, charging station, and of course improving the quality of electric power system, again, new and renewable energy penetrations. This all of our research are conducting in Indonesia. The next one, what I mentioned before, we have much sources of palm oil. So palm oil itself is very make the role in Indonesians for the energy transitions. The first one for biodiesel mandate. Indonesia has implemented the mandatory biodiesel program since 2006, starting with B10, which means 10% of diesel in Indonesia was containing 10% of biodiesel, and was increased to B20, B30, and now we are using B35 starting in 2023. And starting next January, we will start at B40 to ensure that our energy resources come from renewable energy, and of course it's very friendly to the environment. The next one, contribution of the national energy mix is around 7.7%. Bioenergy, that including the biodiesel, of course, from palm oil contributes about 7.7% to achievement of the national energy mix. And this shows that the importance of biodiesel in achieving the targets of the sustainable energy transitions. The next one, Indonesia was committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions around 29% through our own efforts, and by collaboration with international assistance, we are targeted in 41%. And the use of palm oil-based biodiesel is one of our strategy to achieve this target. The next one, green gas emission reductions. Of course, when the use of the palm oil-based biodiesel has significantly reduced the greenhouse emission in 2020 around
Bioprocesses 2024.
Okay, and the theme of the 19th ABBS International 2024 is Innovation, Integration, and Transformation for the Net Zero Future. Our conference will thoughtfully focus on a sustainable net zero future and energy with innovative ideas and technologies alongside esteemed visionaries, keynote and invited speakers, engineers, scientists, and young researchers.
The 19th ABBS International Conference 2024 is hosted by Major University, one of famous universities in Thailand, which expertises in agriculture, technologies, and sustainability. On behalf of Major University, it's been such an honor to host the conference and welcome everybody this morning.
In this occasion, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Yuvali Anpaprom, Deputy Director of Office of Academic Administration and Development of Major University, to give the report of today's conference. And after that, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma, the President of Major University, to deliver the welcoming speech. Please give a big hand to both of them.
Major University Clare campus, the hub of agriculture, technological, and forestry knowledge aggregations in the country, focused on producing innovators and young entrepreneurs endowed with creativity and visionary thinking for an empowered community.
Distinguished guests, colleagues,
Major
and
University
participants,
Academy the
I'm
strategy
pleased
for
to summarize the
leadership,
key
environmental
outcome
ethics,
of the
employee
APEC ACABT
interdisciplinary
workshop
study,
held in
tourism,
Chiang Mai
of tourism
during
as a
APEC
keyword, with
host year
agriculture,
2024 and hosted by Major University. The workshop aligned with our commitment to sustainable and equitable growth under the theme Green Synergy Solutions to Net Zero Emissions. APEC ACABT members and experts, both on-site and online, address challenges in climate change, energy transitions, and sustainability. We explore the advancements in the energy science, biohydrogen productions, smart grid, AI, and biocircular green BCG economies models. The ABBS 2024 International Conference on Biohydrogen and Bioprocesses expand discussion on sustainable solutions, reinforce the goal of net zero emissions and a greener future. We have keynote speakers at ABBS 2024 in China, Malaysia, Norway, Vietnam, and Thailand. 52 delegates from China, Taiwan, Malaysia, Barbados, India, and Thailand will present their research work through oral and poster presentation with parallel sessions. Both events foster valuable discussions and advance at the net zero agenda with the participation of experts, students, and stakeholders contributing to their success. We are confident these insights will shape the future of our region's clean economies. Thank you very much to all involved, and we look forward to advancing towards a more sustainable future.
Professor Wu, Professor Chu, and the vice presidents, the assistant to the presidents, the deans, the participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have on site here and online. Good morning, good afternoon, maybe good evening, everyone. This is 19. It means many times already that we run for ABBS. So we hope that Major University is the host for this time. We let you enjoy and know each other. I just opened this morning for workshop for the 8 Yes Challenge for the young generation. Some of you come here and join with our open for today. I hope that for the keynote speakers, primary speakers, or the workshop, you can get more fruitful experience from them. And the way that if you have discussion, you heard from them for experience, their experience. And after that, you can apply to your work, to your study. I think that this is one way that we can get more benefit, get more knowledge. Easy to get it. Not just only read the books, see the pictures, but this is the time, the very good opportunity that you can see each other and learn from each other. Another thing I just talked with Professor Wu, when we have research, not just only for publication, we talk about our society, how we uplift standard of life of our people from our knowledge, from the product of your research, our research like that. So I just put here for wins. W-I-N-S-S-S. W, it means wisdom. I think every country, every communities, every society, we have our wisdom. Wisdom is higher than knowledge. Why? Because when we have knowledge, we just select something is good for us. We become our wisdom, like a local wisdom. The wisdom, if we put some innovation, add more knowledge, add more technology or innovation for appropriate knowledge, appropriate innovation in our wisdom, will become the better and better for our life. I mean, the society life. N, it means network. W, wisdom. I, innovation. N, network. Network is very important, Professor Wu, because that we have the young generation, the new generation, not just only us. He told me he already 69. I told him I'm 62, but he's still young because he's swimming. He swim because his hometown near the Philippines, right? So he swim from his hometown near Curtin to the Philippines when he was young. He's joking, but still swimming, exercise for healthy. So right now, Major, also we talk about agriculture product, food and healthy should come together. So we talk about organic, but very difficult, you know, the concept organic, easy to talk. The idea easy, but how we do it, very difficult. But this is the challenge that we talk about biohydrogen, bioprocesses. Easy to talk because the concept, but how we do. This is our challenge, our duty that we try to do, not just only alone, but we should work together. Network is very important for us. And S, serving society and service society. This is our purpose, that we would like to uplift standards of life of the local people. I hope that just only 3 days that you join with this conference, you exchange your idea, you exchange your knowledge, you exchange your experience, you can get fruitful benefit for your life, for your duty, for your study and your work in the future. Hope that we coming together is beginning, we keeping together is progress. And if we working together, we will success in our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Weerapuntongma, the President of Major University, for delivering such a meaningful and well-rounded speech. As the President is here with us on the stage, I would like to take this opportunity to present a token of appreciation to the following distinguished guests. For the first distinguished guest, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Gopala Krishnan Kumar on the stage. Please give him a big hand. Professor Gopal is from Norway. So we are delighted to have him here today with us. Right, thank you very much. And next, distinguished guests, may I invite Professor Dr. Nakorn Tippiawong, please, on the stage. He's also one of our keynote speakers this morning as well. So we look forward to hearing insightful talks from him. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Nakorn. And next, may I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Virajit Sethapan. Warajit Sethapan. She's from Chiang Mai Ratchapat University. Thank you so much, Assistant Professor Dr. Warajit. Okay, and next, Professor Dr. Pierre Mohammed, please. Yes, he's from Malaysia. Right. Thank you very much. And next, may I invite Professor Dr. Nguyen Hong Quan from Vietnam on the stage, please. Is he here? Maybe not here, okay. Maybe I would like to invite the next one. Oh, he's talking downstairs, okay. So I would like to invite Professor Dr. Oh Jia on the stage, please. Professor Dr. Xie is from China. Okay, thank you very much. And Associate Professor Dr. Suriwan Siddhichanda from Mahidol University. Please welcome. She's also one of our keynote speakers today as well. And last but not least, may I invite Professor Wu to present token of appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma, the President of Mahidol University. And Professor Wu and Ajahn Virapon will be our keynote speaker for today as well. Right. Okay. That is a very meaningful and impressive presentation. In order to keep this extraordinary memory with us, I would like to invite the distinguished guests to stay on the stage and take a group photo together. And also, please welcome MJU administrators, vice presidents, deans on the stage, please. And also keynote speakers. So on the stage, we will have our president, Professor Wu, our keynote speaker, Mahidol University administrators, vice president, deans, and distinguished guests. Okay. We can make 2 layers. All right. Vice Dean from Faculty of Liberal Arts, please. Please come join us. Okay, everybody smile. 1, 2. All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, would you like to say yeah? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, thumb up. Okay, and yes, everybody? Okay, so
Everyone stay at the seat. Okay.
so we are going to take a very big group photo together. Okay. Yes, you can stay at your seat so we can see everyone. Okay.
Okay.
Stand up, okay? All right, okay, everybody, could you please stand up, okay? Show yourself to the camera. Okay.
So we can see everyone.
We can see everyone here, okay?
Okay, please look at the camera. Smile.
Smile. Okay. Okay. One. All right. Yeah, okay. Metro stuff. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, I hope today's happiness will be kept in your memory very well, right? And now it's high time to welcome our first keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Weerapon Thongma, to deliver a presentation on agriculture, higher education for sustainable agriculture transformation towards net zero. Future, Metro University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. All right. Okay, so please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Weerapon once again. Okay, please give him a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much. I will have 30 minutes, but I would like to share some of experience why we try to do for our life that I told you just only this morning. Some of you already heard that we have many typhoon, we have many monsoon come to our countries. Thailand really lucky if compared with Vietnam, with Myanmar, with Taiwan, with Indonesia, Philippines, or Malaysia. Why? Because we located in the middle. When typhoon come, they hit Philippines first, hit Taiwan first. After that, they come to Vietnam, Laos, and become depression to Thailand. Normally like that. You know, almost 50 years or 60 years of my life. What problem? With just only 2 or 3 weeks ago in Phayao, in Chiang Rai province, Phayao province, and Chiang Mai, some part of Chiang Mai. Just only 1 month, we have 2 or 3 times. We not think that, you know, from the mountain area, why they have flooding in the mountain area? Landslide, not just only land, but they have the tree with the land, the wood with the land, This is why. Who did it? The nature did it or the human did it? This is, I think that we should understand. I think all of you understand. And who will do? We cannot dictate someone to do. You do, you do, you do, you do. How about us? We should start from ourselves. I just went to Bangkok for last month. They let me talk about one power, one of you, one power. Power of you, power of one. If you would like let someone to do, you do by yourself first. If I hate, they will follow you like that. If we go, they will follow you. Like our child. We are lecturer, we are professor, we work in academic, especially for higher education. We look like the child with our student. If we do the best, student will follow us. Okay. I just let you say that what is zero? Carbon neutrality, carbon net zero in the future. Many things that we talk. This is the ideas. SDG, BCG, the ideas. Beautiful ideas and how we do. How the action plan is very important for us. Just let you see here. You see our ASEAN people from India. Why I put here? Because Dr. Lamed from India, my friend from India. And right now he stay in Chiang Mai because he don't like go to India anymore. We get benefit from India, both of them here. Lamed and your brother, right? Yeah, your brother. They would like to stay in Metro. We get benefit from them. You know country, right? Almost 150 years ago, he told us just only two keywords. Need, N-E-E-D, need and greed, G-R-E-E-D. How much is too much? The planet, the earth, provide us enough for need, but not for greed. Not for greed. He told us 1958. This is for sustainable or sustainability for our environment. Like we have animal. We are animal, right? We are a social animal, right? And we have tree, the plant, the tree. If they balance, because when we breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, out, we breathe in what? Oxygen, right? We use oxygen, right? And out what? Carbon dioxide, right? This is animal. How about the plant? They use what? They use carbon dioxide for what? Photosynthesis. And after that, they out of what? Oxygen. So if we balance between animal and the tree, the plant, no problem. This is for need, but not for greed. Because right now, what happened? We cut the tree, burn, and burn, and burn. We build many things. Okay, more than 150 years is our King Ramanai. King Bhumibol of Thailand, King Ramanai. He also mentioned about sufficiency economy philosophy 1974. 1974. For what? Balance of your life, equilibrium. Make it balance. Sufficiency, economy, philosophy. 知足常乐 in Chinese. 知足常乐. How you make balance? My university, we try to, not really encourage, but the King Lama 10, Lama 9, Lama 10, and every family member of our royal family concerned to agriculture that I just let you see. He worked with His Majesty or Her Majesty. Oh, this is King Lama 10. I think you know her. You know her, right? She always went to China, many countries that she went there. Vietnam also, Lao PDR also, the Philippines also, she just spent there. For agriculture. She just, her mention with major university, you should keeping the organic seed, more than 1,500 variety in seed bank. We follow Her Majesty. Okay. She also went to our university last December. Last December. Is follow her project with our universities. For the vegetable, for the tree, I mean the seed of the tree, the plant, everything.
7 universities from Thailand presented honorary doctorate degrees to His Majesty the King in a ceremony held at the Thungkardzong in Paro today.
Maejo University presented His Majesty an honorary doctorate degree of Organic Agriculture Management.
Organic Agriculture Management. To whom? We donate. Not donate, we just, like for His Majesty from King of Bhutan for Organic Agriculture honorary PhD degree. So he become our alumni also. Yes, this is our crowd for international colleagues. Organic agriculture. Why? Why? Because our project, I mean my university project, we try to do for organic agriculture, for seedling. If we have in Thailand or in Taiwan or in Vietnam or in the Philippines, in Malaysia, very difficult. No one believe you. But if you have in Bhutan, because a whole of the country is organic. Okay. Many marijuana there. Tama. Many tama there become the weed of animal. Chicken, cow, buffalo, or takin, takin, the animal of Bhutan. The symbol of Bhutan is takin. They eat what? They eat the weed. From what? From tama, from cannabis, from marijuana. And when they eat them, happy. So become happiness in the world. Think that all? Herb and medicine, very good. He follow our King Majesty of King Ramanai. You see, I just let you see the symbol of King Jipme. I mean, the action of him like our King Ramanai, because he follow everything of our King Ramanai here in Thailand. You see, just compare. Sufficiency economy philosophy, just only easy to understand. No? 3 rings, we call 3 conditions. 3 rings, 3 components, and 2 conditions. Like a more modulation, reasonableness, and self-immunity. But cannot success just only 3 rings, but we should have 2 conditions, knowledge and moral condition. And after that, balance, sustainability, and also for economic, society, environment, and culture, we come together. His Majesty, more than 50 years, 50 years, help the Thai, because we have huge Thai in Thailand, more than 30 groups, more than 30 groups, like Aboriginal in Taiwan, Aboriginal in Taiwan, like Ifugao in the Philippines. We also have, right? But in Thailand, we have more than 30 minority groups. So King Majesty help the Thai. I mean, help the Thais, help the world. This is for society. If they have some problem, they move to Thailand. He just keep them there. Take care us. Take care our land. If more than 10 years, they can become Thai. Like that. If they were born in Thai, they can become Thai citizen. This is the King Majesty. And right now, we think this is the right way, right? 17 goals of SDG. Just how many years? 19 what? 2015. 2015. We concern to SDG. So I just let you see, I mean, in our country, in our Asia, we talk about sufficiency economy, we talk about sustainability, long time already. But every institution, organization right now, or country, be concerned to this. For what? Responsible consumption and production. No? In Thailand, we try to do for like 2037, try to have 3 proposed 3 targets of our country: security, possibility, and sustainability. And after that, we have high vision for national strategy, for 6 national strategies. But I just focus for today for strategy 5, the 5th strategies. Concern to agriculture, concern to environment, so concern to green growth, agroecology. But in my university, we call education, friendly education. Agriculture is friendly education. Okay? Eco-friendly. We talk about energy. We talk about agriculture security. Okay? Why? Why agriculture? Professor Wu also told me, agriculture is allowed of us. Early morning, you have breakfast, right? You have lunch, right? You have dinner, right? You have supper, dinner, you have break or snacks. Come from agriculture. Oh. So how? We cannot far away from this. Very important, huh? The impact, income, quality of life, livelihood of our farmers or our people, especially in Thailand, we have more than 60% is farmer. You cannot far away that. In the Philippines, in Vietnam, Malaysia also like that. Our majority is farmer from agriculture area. They produce, but whole of the people in country eat, consume. If they make something, they have some toxic inside. We eat all. We don't know. Okay, this is agriculture. Our institution also should make a balance. I just put here for sustainability for the universities. Now we put another is for technology. Should make it balanced, not just only environment, economic, or society, but should have digital technology also. Make it balanced. Huh? This is just ranking. Huh? Just let you see my university. This is not our target, but our target to do everything that we concern to that. This is just a byproduct. This is just byproduct that they evaluate us. We try to do for green universities. I will let you see later. Green. We competition every 3 years, like a Rajapat or Mahidol, right? Huh? Oh, okay. This is, I just have another 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, this is the world ranking, huh? Okay, I just make it, just let you see. Major university, now we try to have what we call well-being that I told you, no? Iowa, Iowa. I put another I is for international intelligent well-being agriculture. This is our proposal in the future and concern to SDG all. Okay, make it fast, huh? BCG, SDG, we try to link with each other. And our faculty, all of our 19 academic faculty, we join together. Okay, like a faculty of science, faculty of agricultural production, just a symbol there. This is our faculty. Okay, well-being agriculture, concern to economic, concern to eco agriculture development, like that. Okay, and for net zero also, like Dr. Lamesh here, we try to do for renewable energy for net zero, concern to the future net zero. Very difficult to make net zero. We don't know we can true or not, but this is challenge of our, if we not do right now, who will do it? We try to do it. And another thing that we become the second group of the Thai universities, we call technology development and engagement, engagement or entrepreneur universities. So we call innovating reinventing university like that. Okay. Just try to let our product, I mean the student, become entrepreneur. Like in Taiwan, they did it long time, work with industry, right? But also we should work in industry and society, especially for SME, or SME. So entrepreneurial universities that we try. And we call like how we do it. We use MAID, MAID, Major Agriculture and Food Innovation District. So it means that around of major universities area for 10 kilometers, we follow like this. We work with many of our connection like that. Private sectors, the public, and also the what they call like industry, some part that we work together. Okay. So another is food innopolis. We also work with whole of the university in Thailand. In Chiang Mai, we have 12 universities in Chiang Mai. We also have network together. We work together like that. And another that we try to do just only 2 or 3 months ago, we opened the new one for major university we call Macro Holding Company. It's the private sector in our university to work with industry. Okay, Macro Holding Company. Yep. So you can join with us in the future for research, or you can work for our academic like that. This is just only how you can join with us. Right now, major we have ICAP and IQS. For guarantee, we can give certificate to our people, to our member for organic, ICAP and IQS. Okay. So I make it fast here for MED and SDG, MED and ESG. Environment, society or social and governance. Now, ESG or economic, environment, economic, society and governance. This is cannabis. Cannabis with what? With medicine. We try the purpose for the medicine, but we concern to SDG, BCG also. We have 50,000 cannabis every 4 months, indoor and outdoor, because we can harvest in 4 months. We guarantee that our variety is the best one in the world for traditional cannabis variety. You can see, this is our cannabis. If you have time, you can go to see our farm, cannabis farm there. We herb and medicine. We try to do like Professor who told me, biopharmacy is our purpose in the future, biopharmacy. Okay, this is foundational. The carbon neutrality of major university also we try. And giant pumpkin. Right now, last year we can do for 380 kilogram per one fruit. This year we try to do for 400. If you would like to see, you can come on January. Okay, this is pumpkin. And this year we also get like a award from the national award, like for climate change, environment, CCE, for our student, the youth network. And our research also concerned to environment, concerned to energy. Okay. And green, we have 9G green in this year. We got our like a gold, silver, and bronze metal for the government. And this is also, we just have connect with our friend, our alumni for, Coco Tam. Just let you see Coco Tam. That's 3 minutes. Easy to drink. That's the Coco Tam.
Here is our K-Fresh's ready-to-drink organic Nam Hom coconut with the authentic taste and quality guaranteed. Plus, we're the first who invented the innovative, easy-to-open coconuts. If you're curious about our K-Fresh standards, follow us to find out more. Starting from our coconut farms, they are geographical indication certified from the 4 provinces in Thailand that are perfect for growing Nam Hom coconut trees: Samut Sakhon, Samut Songkhram, Ratchaburi, and Nakhon Pathom. Every day, we have the coconut farmer team take a good care of growing coconut trees from developing planting areas with the regenerative agriculture method to protect soil and environment. They monitor on a daily basis, weekly and monthly, until we get the best coconuts ready for harvest.
This is not just only industry.
Then, those coconuts are transported to our factory. At K-Fresh, we select only good coconuts that meet our standards. Low-quality coconuts won't be passed. We also purchase Nam Hom coconuts from farmers in our network. Next is the production phase, cutting and trimming coconuts through organized procedures until they are finished. Stop right here for a moment. In case anyone wonders, are these coconuts still of a good quality before packaging phase? Please, don't worry. Our QA team has a good management system in maintaining the quality of coconuts. This is why our coconut quality is certified. The question is now cleared. Let's see the next step. When everything is ready, our Nam Hom coconuts are well packed and can be delivered globally. And now we can travel to anywhere in the world for refreshment. With delicious, sweet, and aromatic coconuts by K-Fresh. This is the story of our K-Fresh's ready-to-drink organic Nam Hom coconut. It is our intention to produce only the best quality for everyone.
Yep. Easy to drink and really smelly good for Nam Hom, because Nam Hom coconut. Come to join with us for the next project. Magic mushroom from pupuk of buffalo and opium. We will have another project with the Thai government that I told you. Coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress. But if we are working together, we will success. Thank you very much. Think in global and act in local.
So thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma. That was a truly inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. And if you have a chance, don't forget to try our coconut thumb and giant pumpkin in January. Okay, and concerning today's schedule, there will be three more keynote speakers before lunch. And in the afternoon, we will have another keynote speaker followed with presenters. And all the presentation will take place in this room. Okay, and before we move to the next keynote speaker, we will have a 20-minute break. You can enjoy refreshment, coffee, and tea, which is ready for you right in front of this room. Okay, please enjoy yourself.
So the coffee break is ready, just right in front of the room. So you can feel free to have your coffee in this room, or you can relax outside at the corridor. And we'll be back in 20 minutes.
Solar and wind energy potential globally, essential to producing green hydrogen efficiently. Economic, environmental, and social impact. The development of green hydrogen in Chile is expected to significantly contribute to both economic growth and environmental sustainability. The green hydrogen sector is projected to create substantial employment opportunity and contribute to the global reduction of carbon emissions. Future projections, by leveraging its renewable resource, Chile aims to become a key player in the global hydrogen market with substantial investment expected to drive the sector growth and technological advancement. And for this, for Biobío region, Biobío has the opportunity to continue to unite the collective efforts of industry, academia, state, and social civil society with a focus on advancing knowledge in the use of hydrogen in industrial process, chemical refinery, energy and thermal use for industry, and fuel, and as a fuel and derivatives for fleets or trucks and ships, generate a technological capacity that can support the southern macro region of Chile. In the medium terms, carry out articulate projects of domestic consumption of green hydrogen in the region with all the associated economic and socio-environmental benefits, and its accordance with the Green Hydrogen Action Plan and with the regional roadmap delivering a territorial approach. For more information, you could visit our sites and social networks. Thank you all for participation and attention today. I hope that through this event you have gained deeper understanding of the development instead of my English. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss Andrea. Because we have limited time, maybe one question only. There's any question? Yes, please. Oh, wait. You can mention your name and your institution, please.
Okay, my name is Senia Medina. I'm from the Peruvian Science and Technology Council. So first, thank you for your presentation and congratulations for the results. I can see this is a big collaborative effort. So my question goes for that. If you can share some mechanism that work, which ones work and which didn't, to get this collaboration between all the stakeholders to achieve these nice results in this topic. So if you can share it. Thank you.
Well, I think it's not a recipe to this work, but I think we work with every single person in the DAS project. Every single person, every single entities, every single universities, and we share the dream to Bio as a pole of hydrogen, and now is almost reality. So I think this dream could be join us to work for the same route. And no hay receta. It's no a receta. Sorry.
Okay, maybe you can discuss like in private after this because we will have a tea break. Thank you, Andrea. Please give applause for Andrea. And now we will take a short tea break. Please feel free to stretch, refresh yourself, and network with your fellow attendees. We will reconvene again at this place at 10:20. Yeah. Please be here at 10:20. Thank you.
Hello. Okay.
To all participants and attendees, please gather back in the room because we will shortly begin the next session. To all participants and attendees, please come back to this room because we are shortly will begin the next session. But our speaker is not here. Maybe we wait. We wait for a few minutes. Let me check. Wait.
It's again. Sorry, it was.
Sorry. So wait.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Helmut Jawar from the University of Tsukuba in Japan. They put Japan, I don't know. Okay. The title of presentation is From Fossil Fuels to Renewables. I'm going to talk about the innovation that are driving Japan's shift from a fossil fuel-based society to what is called a renewable energy-based society. This is my presentation. Let me move this. Taking a look at the Japanese energy landscapes, we can see that Japan relies a lot on imported fossil fuels. 77% of the energy comes from imported fossil fuels. Even after the oil crisis in the 70s, pushed the country to move into a very energy efficient economy, and they did that. But despite those facts, the country still relies a lot on imported fossil fuels. This, of course, has a significant impacts in the terms of CO2 emissions. For example, Japan's emission stands at 1.1 billion metric tons of CO2 equivalent. And energy security is another issue. Only 12% of the energy security comes from domestic sources. And in order to address this challenge, the country has established the approach that you can see on the right side: innovation, technological advancements, and dynamic policy framework. I'm going to talk about a little bit of all of these topics. Now, after the Fukushima disaster in 2011, Japan set these 3 pillars plus the safety issue as a, umbrella to propose the energy for the future. One is energy security. In this case, they want to exceed the level of 2011, and by the year 2030, they want to, the country plans to achieve 20% of the total energy demand coming from renewable energy sources. Economic efficiency, of course, too, to promote a more dynamic economy. They want to produce energy at affordable prices. And finally, environment, to reach carbon neutrality by the year 2050. I think this is the goal for most of the APEC economies. And they have a specific CO2 reduction target by the year 2030 in the terms of 46%, based on the 2013 levels. What else? Japan's rapid energy transition. You can see the energy framework in 2022. It's, as you can see, natural gas and coal plus oil accounts for roughly 70+%. Nuclear only accounts for 7%. This is before the Fukushima disaster, nuclear accounted for more than 20% of the total energy supply. But because of that situation, then most of the nuclear power plants were shut down because people didn't want a nuclear plant nearby. So nuclear energy supplies has decreased to 7%, and renewable energy increased significantly to 22%. And in the year 2011, it was less than 7%, if I'm not mistaken. By the year 2030, this is the plan, this is the goal, and they plan to increase renewable energy by 37%, and they also plan to include to add nuclear energy to 21%, but this is debatable because most of the local economies, local people don't want a nuclear facility to be reopened. LNG is expected to be reduced to 19%, while coal also from 31 to 19%. Hydrogen and ammonia are also included as part of the electricity supply. Now, as for the bioenergy, Japan's energy mix, in the year 2011, bioenergy only accounted for 1.5% of total energy demand, and by the year 2022, it increased to 3.7%, and it's expected to reach 5% by the year 2030. And this is mostly thanks to the feed-in tariff system that the country implemented in the year 2012, where they provided a fixed price for any type of renewable energy, not only bio, but any renewable energy that initiative that can produce electricity and can be put into the grid. They provided a fixed, very high price compared to the conventional energy price, and that's why the renewable energy share increased from 1.5% to 3.7%. Now, they are planning to increase it even more to the 5%, but the problem is that the feed-in tariff is already closed, so I don't know how are they going to do that, but that's the general idea. Role of bioenergy in net zero strategy. As I mentioned before, by 2050, Japan plans to achieve carbon neutrality. And this is mostly because of what we talked yesterday, BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. They plan to reduce emissions by 46% by 2030 compared to 2013 levels. And this also plans to increase the green growth strategy that could add jobs and $2.6 billion per year to the economy. To give a sense of how this net zero strategy is working, there are already local governments that are already, have pledged to reduce their emissions to achieve zero carbon emission by 2050, including Tokyo, Yokohama, and most of the cities that you can see in the map on the right side. Okay, this is basically the same. Yeah, this is basically the same, so we don't need to add more to this. Now, importance in hard to decarbonize sectors. This is, I think, one of the key factors that Japan is putting emphasis on. And one of these is the bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. We know that if we use biomass to produce energy and then the CO2 emitted is kind of sink into the land, then we are, in theory, we can achieve negative emissions. And there is already one power plant that is putting that into effect. I will explain that later. Also, in the industrial sector, bioenergy is vital to provide high temperature heat for processes. Bioenergy plays a crucial role in hard to decarbonize sector. They are focusing mostly in these very energy intensive industries, including the cement, steel, and paper. Those three industries are very strong in Japan, but as you know, those are very energy intensive industries. No? So they are trying to promote the use of renewable energy, including bio, into those specific industries. Biogas and biomethane production offer opportunities also for waste management in rural development. We are going to talk about that later. They have the concept of biomass towns and also eco-industrial cities. This is biomass power. This is the trends. You can see this huge increase in the biomass power from the year 2013 to 2022, again, is thanks to the feed-in tariff they introduced, because the government offered very, very, attractive prices for the electricity that was input into the grid system. So as you can see, but again, by 2022, the feed-in tariff system was already shut down. So they are trying now to promote more innovations in order to continue the growth of this type of bioenergy initiatives. Now let's go to the concept of biomass towns. A little bit of perspective here. In the year 1995, Japan introduced what is called the concept of eco-towns. Maybe you know about the eco-industrial parks that were introduced in the US and Europe first. So based on that concept, Japan introduced the idea of eco-towns. Basically, it's the synergies between the city, the industry, and the local people in order to promote the circulation of resources. So the wastes from the city were taken by the industry in order to promote increased recycling levels. And the best example is the use of, for example, plastics for recycling, or steel, from steel or aluminum cans, etc. They were used by the industry in order to increase recycling levels at the local areas. And in addition, they also promoted the revitalization of those economies, because they tried to apply this in the cities that were kind of stagnated in terms of economic growth. Now, based on that concept, the Japanese government also introduced this biomass town concept. Now there are more than 300 biomass towns in Japan, and as you can see, this figure self-explains. All the residues from the agricultural sectors, agricultural residues, livestock waste, forestries, as well as food waste, for example, for food industries, and through the help of the industries, can be converted into energy or compost or fertilizers, etc., that can be taken back into those areas in such a way that they promote what is called a circular economy at the local level. These are some examples of biomass towns in Japan. You can take a look at the homepage to look at the detail, but most of them use biomass to generate electricity, to produce compost, to produce biogas, etc. So I'm not going to explain one by one, but you get the idea. This example is quite interesting. This is a small city in Fukuoka. Fukuoka is maybe close to Taiwan, in the Kyushu area. They have this methane fermenter that uses kitchen waste from homes and businesses, human waste, as well as septic tank for sludge. and they produce 490 cubic meters per day of biogas that eventually can generate as much as close to 700 kilowatt hour per day of electricity. 700 kilowatt hours that can feed, can supply around 30 houses in the area. No? This is one of the main initiatives in terms of promoting research and development, and this is macroalga-based biofuels. I think there will be a presentation about macroalga in the future, in the afternoon, I guess. Macroalga-based biofuels has significant advantages compared to the biofuels coming from crops, in the sense that there is no competition for arable land, for instance. They can be implemented in wastewater, in marine water, or any arid lands, and the yield is much higher than the conventional crops, and it's much cheaper as well. So this is one of the main ideas that Japan is trying to put in order to produce biofuels from microalgae technologies. Denso is a very big corporation in Japan. It has built a 20,000 square meter test facility for the culture of this type of micro algae, and the technology has also been patented in order to reduce CO2 emissions. This is one of the initial projects that the country is trying to promote. Now, another concept, in addition to the concept of biomass towns, is biomass industrial cities. The difference is the scale. In biomass towns, it's only applied to very small rural areas, while biomass industrial cities apply to larger metropolis within the country. One of, we will see later, in Kobe. Kobe is a very important port in Japan, has gained this, one of these projects. So the idea is similar, but the scale is much, much larger. You can see that the residues on the left can be used while of course, from the forest areas, agricultural areas, etc., can be used again to produce biogas, to produce fertilizer, etc. And the industry is, how to say, engaged or is pushed to develop the technology necessary to make use of those biomass. It can be biomass or bioresidues. Again, Japan has 97 municipalities already were approved to be considered as biomass industrial cities. I'm going to show you one of these. Maniwa City in Okayama. This is a city located very close to Osaka, to give you a perspective. And one of the things about this city is that it's 80% of the city is covered by forest. So most of the residues come from the thinning of the forest or from the lumber industries. So that kind of residues are used to produce energy. So that's why they were one of the first selected cities, and it's actually one of the, how to say, the flagship projects that the country has used as an example for other cities to follow. This is the main framework of how this recirculation of bioresources works in the city. As I explained, 80% of the city again is covered by forests, so the lumber and timber industries is very strong, and all those residues are used to produce power generation. They have also organic waste recycling and biomass refinery, as well as expanding the industrial tourism. In the case of expanding the industrial tourism, is because again the city was selected by the government as the flagship city that can be used, for example, for other cities in Japan to follow. Another example is Kobe. I think you're familiar with Kobe. No? Kobe city is like the port in the western part of Japan. In the 1950s, because of the huge industrialization of the country in the 1950s and 60s, Kobe was the base for one of the major steel corporations in Japan. It's called Kobelco, Kobe Steel Corporation. And because of that, the city suffered a lot. environmental pollution. To give you an idea, the Hyogo Canal, Hyogo is the prefecture, was called the Canal of Death. So in order to overcome this situation, Kobe City also applied for this biomass industrial city. So in this case, they use the sewerage system to produce diverse options in order to promote this kind of circular economy. One of these is that they produce biogas, of course, and they use the biogas to energize the city. They also use the phosphorus recovery. This is thanks to the sludge. After the biofermentation is produced, the sludge is converted into phosphorus that can be used as fertilizer. One more thing is that at the top of this sewage treatment plant, they have installed a solar power generation facility. And this also can be considered as part of the circulation of the economy. As much as 20% of all the wastewater treated is used again in watering and landscaping, as well as advanced treated water size for fire prevention water. So all these initiatives are again engaged into promoting the circularity of the city in terms of bioresources. And they are also planning to go ahead, and they are planning to go ahead in terms of producing biofuels, transportation fuels, organic fertilizers, city gas, electricity, reclaimed water, and smart land use. This is part of the plans that they are trying to consider for the near future. This is the example I wanted to talk about. Mikawa Power Plant is located in Fukuoka. Originally, it was a coal-fired power plant. But in order to apply for this BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, they shifted from coal into biomass. So in order to do that, they apply for this funding, and they obtain that. And after that, they can produce energy, electricity, of course, from this power plant. And again, they can sink the CO2. They have the carbon capture and storage. They sink as much as 500 tons of CO2 per day, which is half of the emissions that the plant has on a daily basis. This is considered one of the first carbon neutral initiatives in the country, and they are trying to promote again this idea in order to allow other industries to imitate this or to follow the pattern of Mikawa power plant. There are R&D initiatives in the Japanese bioenergy sector. We know international collaboration. We have a lot of international collaboration with International Energy Agency, as well as EU countries. NEDO is perhaps the largest institution in Japan that gives the green light to any kind of research project that can be applied in the country. So they are trying to promote microalgae-based biofuels. They are trying to promote cellulosic ethanol, etc., for commercial viability by the year 2030. As an example, Kyoto University, one of the laboratories is also researching on biofuels and innovative bioenergy processes like pyrolysis and plasma treatment. Now, the challenges, of course, stand in the use for land use, for example. There are many cases where land use has been used for food or for fuel, and there is this challenge. So how can we address the conflict with food production, forest conservation, and biodiversity? There have been many studies already that have proven that big solar plants, for example, or wind power plants have disrupted habitats. So, and that there are not many studies on that topic, and solar power plants, especially in Japan and Okinawa, have been proven to have disrupted a lot of habitats, and many species are extinct, are on the verge of extinction because of that. So the country is also promoting the implementation of these renewable energy projects, but keeping in mind the biodiversity conservation. They are planning also to do this integrated food energy systems where they can use the same land for both purposes, food and energy. And to overcome this challenge, of course, requires ongoing research, supportive policies, and careful planning. So this 2-decade revolution in Japan has been, to be honest, most of the renewable energy improvements in Japan has been focused on solar. Solar has increased a lot in the last 20 years, followed by wind. But bioenergy, again, since the year 2011, especially after the Fukushima disaster, they put a lot of efforts in promoting also bioenergy. As I mentioned at the beginning, it increased from 1.5% to 3.7%, and it's expected to reach 5% by the year 2030. And I think the government is also trying to to promote another feed-in tariff, but that's the best way to engage the industrial sector in order to develop the renewable energy technologies that could help boost this kind of progress. No? We know bioenergy is vital for achieving net zero emissions by 2050. We have to provide alternatives for hard to electrify sector. This is also very important. Japan has very energy intensive industries. I mentioned before is cement, what else? Steel and paper. So those industries need to be made more attractive for the use of renewable energy through their production process. Enable negative emissions through bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. We mentioned the case of Mikawa power plant. This is one example, and they are planning to implement more examples like that, and enhancing energy security, which again I mentioned at the beginning. Energy security in Japan only stands at 11%, so with the introduction of domestic based renewable energy alternatives, the country will be more energy secure. So there is also economic opportunities, job creations, export potential, etc. And the global demand for bioenergy technologies, not only among APEC economies, but also among all the countries, is going to increase in the near future. So this is also one alternative, one attractive option for developing the technology necessary and that can be exported eventually. We cannot neglect the impact that this has. I mentioned before that in Japan specifically, one of the research we've been working on, we have found that especially solar power plants are disrupting habitats in those areas in Okinawa where we have a lot of forests, and the installation of solar power plants, wind power plants are kind of affecting the habitats, the biodiversity there. So we must be very careful when we install any new renewable energy facility. Another important factor is life cycle. Yesterday we talked about life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment basically is an environmental management tool that helps us quantify the potential environmental impacts of any product, process, or system from cradle to grave. And in most of these technologies, we have to be very careful, especially in the use phase. In the use phase, because most of the cases we think that this could be a technology that have a low carbon footprint, but if we consider the whole life cycle, it's not the case. So we have to be also careful with that. The future outlook for Japan is projected growth of bioenergy sector, potential of $500 billion in a net zero scenario by 2050, and key areas for future innovation include, of course, advanced biofuels for aviation and shipping. It was mentioned before, I think, in the case of Indonesia. And waste to energy technologies. This is one of the key points in Japan. Waste to energy technologies are one of the key industries that propel the Japanese economy. Bioenergy with carbon capture and storage for negative emissions, and integrated food energy systems. Japan's bioenergy strategy to achieve net zero by 2050. These are the key elements we already explained. Diversification of bioenergy applications, promoting sustainable biomass from domestic resources. This is through biomass towns and biomass industrial cities, and implementing policies like the feed-in tariffs to boost biomass power. This has proven to be the correct approach, especially related to bioenergy. With that, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Helmut. And if there's any question, yes, please mention your name and your institution.
Thank you very much. I'm Sichatra from ABBS Center for Technology Foresight. And the presentation is very impressive, particularly about the biomass town. This is also because Japan has a lot of the potential of the biomass. So if you can share how to control the price for bioenergy crops, if you have that bioenergy strategies. It's not really the question, but if you can share that, because it's also the challenges in Thailand when it comes into the agricultural waste, the price cannot be controlled. So it's challenge with the stock management.
Actually, I don't know if Japan is unique in that case, but when Japan introduces this kind of projects, like the biomass town, eco towns in the past, or biomass industrial cities, they put a lot of money from the central government. The only way to do that is because they want to engage the industry. So every time an industry comes with a new technology, for example, all the money that they invest in that technology is financed by the central government. And once they implement that specific project, then the industry starts to elaborate this kind of resource circulation. But most of the burden, economic burden, is shared by the central government. Eventually, after the project has finished, the industry can keep that facility, that industry that they have developed in there. So when you talk about prices, I don't think Japan could be a good example of, of prices, market-based prices, because they control most of the how to say, life cycle of the process. They do that in order to have this kind of start-up economies, and that eventually could reach a level where economic viability can be applied to other areas.
So if I understand right, the bioenergy crops that are from the farmer will be, the price will be controlled.
It's basically, yeah, they offer very attractive prices for what the farmers want to sell.
Benefit
yeah.
from.
This actually was the case of feed-in tariffs. When they introduced the feed-in tariff, in order to engage, especially the bioenergy sector, it wasn't very dynamic before. But when they offered this very high price for kilowatt hour that was put into grid, it was around $0.2 US per kilowatt hour, if I'm not mistaken. It was kind of twice the price, the market price of electricity at the time. That's why most of the bioenergy initiatives were going into this upward direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Yes, please.
Last question.
Sorry?
Yeah. We can talk later.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My question is about if you can share to us how Japan manage their area development planning. Because, for example, for the woody biomass system, it takes a lot to sustain the power plant. So one is, how do they design the area development? So do they control the number of power plants that would be established in an area, or they choose the area where they could sustain the growth and the replacement of the woody biomass?
Woody biomass, yes. Again, in that case, it's based on the biomass town initiative, and what happens is that local governments are the ones that make the proposal based on what they have. I showed the case of the Maniwa city, I think it was, where 80% of the city, 80% of the, it's not a city, it's kind of a rural area, is forest. So the thinning of the forest, the lumber industry, the timber industry, all those residues are used for energy production. So this kind of initiatives come basically from the bottom up rather than top down. This is how it works. Okay. Yes. Mostly residues, yes, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Helmut. Please big applause for Mr. Helmut. Okay, now it's time for our panel discussion featuring Guang Wei Yang from ITR Chinese Taipei and Mr. Nuang Cholakop from Antec Thailand and Mr. Kampanart Silva also from Antec Thailand. They will discussing the challenge and opportunities within green energy technologies in the Asia Pacific region. Let's give them a round of applause.
I'm first time here. Actually, I'm new here. So we sit. Okay. I think first I would like to thank all the speakers to share their experience with us. I think they are very kind to share a lot of experience with us, and I think it's going to help for all of us to planning our future work. So I think throughout this morning we have a very short period of time, and I try to catch some before I go into that, myself, I working on the material more in the downstream rather than the energy sector. So I try to catch what you are working on. I did working with a lot of group of people working on bioenergy area, but I myself is more in the material sector. And throughout this morning, I catch some keyword. Every time when you talk about energy, you're talking about the security. Not like us, we always talk about the money. You're talking about the security. I think that's more critical, because when you're talking about the security, I think food and the energy are two security. And think about it, two of these always, most of time, is the lowest price. And so I think that's why you face a lot of challenge in the energy sector. You have to lower the price, and that's even for our material side, cost is important, but we always can boost the price up in order to cover the cost. Now, I think I catch that, but we are APEC meeting, economy is critical. And so there is a conflict. And so we need to think about how to do it. Second word I hear about a lot, either integration or cascade. In order to lower your price, you somehow need to integrate with something. I think earlier presentation talking about the integration of the food and the energy. I think we need to link that. And the other thing is link the energy with the material. That's probably the way lower your cost for the energy production, because the energy is a security. So you need to link with something. And so cascade and integration are probably one of the key words I find out. And the other one is we're talking about bioenergy. we start with bio. So a lot of people keep talking about the bio, but actually our important product is energy. And so I think still there's a lot of people talking about the, so don't let the bio limit your future plan. I think in Japan, in Thailand, or in Indonesia, there's a pyrolysis project of the plastic waste. So don't limit to the bio. Maybe you combine the plastic waste, and then we have enough energy. I think that's I try to catch some of this, and we need to work together in order to reach our goal. And I spent too much time now. Maybe we can talk later on, because we have a lot of questions. Later on, maybe you can ask questions. So we will open our panel discussion this morning, and I think Professor Nguyen will give some, he will give some key issues, and so from there we will be able to discuss in more details.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill, for the recap of the four presentations. So I think apart from the four presentations we heard in the morning, also our group did the policy study that we review the policies in the economies of APEC, and also to see the common issues that we find when we talk about clean energy, when we talk about bioenergy in APEC economies. So it will not be actually very technology specific, but it's more like, well, these kind of issues will be the issues that will most of the technologies, especially most of the bioenergy technologies will face. So can I have my slides on the screen? Yeah, just go straight to the page number 2. Okay, so based on, well, actually our study where we actually did it with the APEC Energy Working Group as well, and also some of the studies that we did with the Ministry of Energy of Thailand. So based on that, we extracted 3, I think, important policy issues. And actually the first one really related to what Bill just mentioned, because when we talk about bioenergy, we always focus a lot on bio, but actually it can be broader. Or on the other hand, in some areas, it might be actually more narrower. For example, like they just trace to the source of your biomaterials. So when you plant the biomaterials, are you actually cutting the forest? So if you're cutting those forests, so it cannot be considered clean energy, and so on and so forth. So these kind of things are actually the things that we need to discuss quite a lot to see when we talk about contribution of bioenergy or green energy towards net zero emissions. So we need to actually go back to the definition of the green energy or the bioenergy. Then we will see the scope, how they can contribute to net zero emissions. So that's like the first issues that I would like to put towards the discussion today. The second issue would be, so we are talking about the contribution of bioenergy to net zero emissions. So we cannot avoid talking about the carbon footprint and so on and so forth, because if we don't know how much at the moment we are producing the carbon, then we are not able to see how much we need to reduce or what would be our goals, and then like how to monitor the things that we are doing. So the second one would be, so what are actually the policy recommendations that we can make to promote carbon footprint assessment and also carbon credit tradings, because as you said, we need to talk about profit, we need to talk about money. So if we want to engage private sector, we need to let them see that actually to go towards net zero emissions are something that can make profits for them. So we need to think how we can assess the carbon footprints, and then how we can facilitate the trading of carbon credits. So that would be the second issue. The third one, so we also heard a lot that all the projects that are being introduced today are heavily facilitated, have heavily subsidized by the government. So we also need to think about the way to for the transition from incentives that you get from the central government towards, well, standards and regulations, or some different ways of providing the incentive that will have less burden to the central government. So can I go to, oh, okay, so I can go with this, right? I'll try it. Okay, so this is based on another study of our colleagues, so it's not mine, so I just put like very small one, adapted from the study of clean energy finance and investment roadmap in Thailand. So you would see that, so in the very first phase, we'll just go with the grants from the government. However, then that move, so when the stage proceed further and further, we'll go towards investment subsidy, that you subsidize the investment of those clean technologies. And then when people enter into the market with the investment on those technologies, then we start looking at the performance, and then we provide the subsidization based on the performance of all those things. And then finally, it's not the subsidization anymore, but let's see how we can finance the investment for these people. And then like, so that might be some scheme that have less burden to them. So those are the way that we need to think to move further. And finally, we'll just go to the phase of well, carbon pricing and so on and so forth. That will just be doing things based on the carbon market, and then have some standards and regulations to regulate the pricing and also the market. So these are actually the three key issues that we found by the review of the green energy policy towards net zero emissions in APEC economies.
I think maybe something I can add on is that I think recently, of course, I think as we heard from Sukuba, that I think bioenergy has been important role in APEC economy, especially I think in ASEAN area, Southeast Asian area. We have abundant resources, but of course we have difficulty. Well, I don't say the difficulty, but the challenges in how to manage those biomass. And then I think the idea of biomass town, I think that has been around since Abe, the past away one, that he also tried to introduce, this biomass town concept. But of course, it's going to a certain extent. And then now we get a wave of carbon neutrality. And the thing that I really like, where the professor has mentioned, is a BECCS. I think that's how we can revive the biomass or bioenergy, which is also synchronized with the focus of our APEC workshop in these 3 days, how to get that element and highlight the importance of carbon capture, because we know biomass or bioenergy actually carbon neutrality, but of course we need to take into account all those energy, transportation, and all the fuel that you go along the value chain. But at the end of the day, you can significantly replace, the fossil fuel base by this biomass or self-grown or this carbon neutrality circle in the circular economy way, in such a way that it can help decarbonize in the power sector, in the transport sector, or in other sector that hard to abate. And that also can bring in, I think we can see example in Japan, that they actually transition from the coal or from other natural gas into the bio pellet. And also I agree with Rosabelle that, in Thailand we start to see that if you just get the biomass pellet, you don't get enough heating value. So you have to mix, I won't say mix, but I have to heighten the heating value by putting some polymeric. Of course, it's not bio-based, but actually to help the transition, because otherwise you will not have smooth transition from getting enough heat for your day-to-day operation by replacing with a different feedstock. And secondly, I think that most important that I really like it also is try to, of course, subsidy is good at the beginning. Everyone know, we love carrot, but then after a while, we should come with a stick. You cannot be a baby forever. Like when you raise a child, right? You cannot feed them forever. You have to let them grow on their own. So by moving to the standard, and also Thailand now, we actually this morning, like at this very moment, I think the Ministry of Energy has called for the hydrogen roadmap, where my boss is also attending. So we actually trying to set the certain regulation so that for those companies who actually see the potential of using hydrogen, of course, we can get hydrogen from biogas, methane reforming, those kind of things. But of course, there's a cost. So if we can regulate in such a way that it helps the private sector who has the commitment or the pressure coming from international ecosystem to decarbonize the whole carbon footprint, either in the organization or in the footprint in the product, then I think that can be work both ways, so that we don't have to rely solely on the subsidy from the government. Thank you.
Yes, I think later on probably our speaker maybe can elaborate a little bit more about this. I think I really learned a lot today. As I mentioned, I working on the material sector. I keep thinking about why energy, but gradually particularly today, I think about actually when you think about security, I think food and the energy is our daily life need. So we need to, for sure, we need to lower the price. But then, if you think about, I think we think about the farmers, why they have to provide you with low cost and lower their own lifestyle. And the energy sector, why you need to lower your salary and pay for the material or electronic industry. We need to somehow try to balance it. But nowadays, economic system set up, that's the way it is. So maybe because of the campaign, sorry for the okay. I think some issue we haven't discussed about it, and many of us are scientists, so it's difficult to talk about money, the financing system, but that's critical in the future. For the human well-being, we need to be balanced. We cannot keep demand others to supply you, and particularly now after Industrial Revolution, what we did for the farmers. Yeah. So maybe we should discuss about financing. We shouldn't be shy for asking for the supply of the government or the other industry to provide our emerging industry. Yeah, I think that's so maybe we can discuss a little bit more about this. So our speaker or the audience.
Yes, thank you. If I get it right from the issue, is the synergy working between the technology transition, market transition, and also the policy transition, according to the three issues. So all of them, I think, is probably maybe going along a line together with the same timeline. When the market is ready, then the policy should be changed into the regulatory, not the incentive anymore. If you can elaborate more about or maybe share the experience about in the Thailand situation right now, please.
I think for Thailand, there are many transitions that happening because of course, I think we are under the same Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, so we are trying to be a technical arm for the Ministry of Energy because they are the one who actually hold the regulation and laws. So they can do many effective, I think, policy. For example, I think the one that we have been working all together is regarding the biofuel development. Of course, like what Dr. Kamal mentioned, that the definition of green, we know that to be able to use the biofuel or biomass to replace any heat application, electricity application, we need to ensure that it doesn't get worse than the fossil fuels doing. So that's one thing. I think in our organization, we have a group that making the LCA for daily job. They are trying to get all those documenting and monitoring to make sure that this product actually helping reducing the CO2, and that part is actually to supplement the technical testing to see whether we can use the biofuel blended into the vehicle, or we can change the vehicle in the future to be able to accommodate more biofuel blending. I think this is not only in Thailand. I think in our friend from Malaysia and Indonesia, they're doing the same thing in the region where we try to actually use the indigenous resources so that we don't have to rely on a fossil import. And then, of course, we've been using to a certain limit, and now we feel that, of course, in the biofuel, there are more than that, more than application on the ground. We're going to the marine or we're going to the air. But of course, now we're coming to the challenge, and I think our friend from Indonesia will probably agree with me that for the recent sustainable aviation fuel that we are trying to push forward, I think the palm oil is not so much preferred in the international arena, where we actually have some image of deforestation, those kind of things. But again, it's come back to the technical people like me, like us, to show that actually if we monitor closely, and then we can voice back, so that this palm oil plantation, which also we heard this morning as well, that can be, potentially, of course, maybe not every aspect or the whole plantation, but some of them could be make sustainable biofuel, and then we can also try to deliver this into the policy implementation. So I think in what Dr. Sujata mentioned is also the three pillars. You have to go to the technical policy, and also the market has to work hand in hand, but in alignment, so that we can actually pass on the progress to make the things that has a low value, so that we can get the high value in the market exception.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to maybe we discuss a little bit more about how to raise our voice, to the public, to the government. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. From your framework, you have this extensive investment on research and development. Can you share with us how you protect how you manage your intellectual property?
So I think intellectual property also for the developing economy like Thailand. We are actually also learning. We learn from WIPO, the World Organization. We learn from actually our counterpart from Japan, or even from Chinese Taipei, or from Republic of Korea. Those kind of things actually in Thailand now, we have been recently make a significant change in our, I would say, IP related law. Typically, the old school, the money owner will give grant to research to the poor researcher like me, right? So we are also begging for money to do research. And once we get the product or some IP, then of course they have to be registered to the money owner, the grant owner, and they don't know anything about market. They don't know anything about the tea development, so they just hold it in the shelf. And they look at it, oh, it's nice. Now we have so many IP. And I remember in the first few years of my work, 20 years ago, when I went to E3, I was so impressed that I listened to the E3, I think, I forgot his name, but it's a director of the international corporation. He said that E3 issue IP, 15 years ago, 5 IP per day. And I look in my organization, oh my God, we actually barely made 5 per year, and then you're making 5 per day, right? So actually now over time, we are also developing and further. And when I visit E3 back a few years ago, well, different person now, but the international relation, he said that now they don't count how many IP they're filing. They count how many IP has been commercializing So those kind of things is actually, is different KPI that will drive the work. Now, going back to Thailand, what we changed the law 2 years ago is actually, instead of having the owner of the IP belong to the grant money, the money owner, they actually have this Bedo Act law, similar to that. So after the researcher filed for this IP, the law in Thailand now say that this researcher has 2 years grace period to be the owner of this IP, to be able to connect with the market, to be able to connect further development to make this IP more and more to the market, so that they can actually take those IP that look nice on the shelf, belong to many funders, to the market and make money for GDP, and then get it back to the I think the system by tax, those kind of things. So this is something that we are trying at the moment. Of course, it's not easy to convince those money owner. We have many what we call the PM, the project management, they will get the money, right? But they actually now we successfully convinced many of them. We still have some of them that we don't belong to under national budget, but we try to make sure that, because to be able to commercialize the IP, the person who know the basics is the one who developed it, who utilize it, and who actually sell it to the market. I think that's to help answer your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very kind word of Ichi, but actually it's a very challenging work, not that easy. And in terms of IP, I think particularly for the security issue, I keep saying about the security issue, we have been through the pandemic. We also need to think about this kind of IP. How we going to manage the IP with the commercially technology? But that's another questions. I think we have a time limit, but we should have an audience or speaker speak more. Otherwise, 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah, we have 2. That's great. Yeah.
It's Kun from Vietnam. I also want to go back also to your recently raised the economics issues, and when we are talking about circular economy, we are quite interested in developing so-called circular business models. And I think when you also talk about bioenergy, and if we look at upscaling technology, although we also have to look at how business model can be developed based on bioenergy sectors. And also I like your keyword integrations. So I think the integration is also key, because how energy is linked with other sectors, agriculture, transportations, or built environments, so whatever. But the thing is how we can create mechanisms to, I think it's more on institutional aspect, to linkage either inside industries and also how public-private collaborations to really do the institutional. So I think governments, especially new technology or sustainability, is, let's say, business visibility is not so short. Maybe we need to look at long-term perspective. So of course the government have to pay a lot of resources or efforts at this stage. So just want to ask you, how do you think about this, how Thailand or Taiwan have been doing this? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I'll just answer briefly first. So that's actually one of the reasons that we decided not to go into like specific technologies, but rather just take one step back and then see how we actually can create enabling ecosystem for these things to happen. So I think, for example, we call it Triumph Act, the one that is very related to Bayh-Dole Act in the US was one of the things that I think would actually help facilitate commercializing the IP, and actually that's actually the usage of the technology, right? Also, another thing that Thailand has been doing quite a lot is lately for our funding agencies, some of them, especially if it's the research that it's more for the demonstration project or the projects that help with the diffusion of the technology, they will require co-funding from private sector. So that would be one of the things to try to engage the private sector at earlier stages. Then that would actually help create the public-private cooperation in the future.
Yeah, in terms of Chinese Taipei, I think I will be honest. I think our government provide us research funding probably decades, 10, 20 years ago. But as you mentioned, it's a long-term development, and often now we were democratic, all of us. We have an elective government, so they need quick, result to demo their. So, and particularly our industry is relatively small, so it's difficult to convince them for this kind of long-term investment. But still, we cannot give up. So what we do is our private sector form associations, and you need to keep communicate with them. They understand it's critical, but you need to somehow facing your word to communicate with them. So I think we keep talking about economy. For the elective, how to say, the people, you need to be able to show the money. So now, throughout the year, when we communicate with the government agencies, I think maybe bio is not enough. So that's why I keep saying recycling, bringing that in. And actually, for the government agency now, they are more focused on the recycling. So bring that in to communicate with them. And another critical issue is the carbon reduction. And because carbon credit, that will be actually carbon credit is a tax. That's the money side. If you add that to your part, and that's our advantage, all the bio products have a very good carbon footprint compared to the fossils. So the key issue is you need to, so now we treat government agency like our customer. So not only the public, not only the consumers. To kick off our industry, we need to first communicate with our government agencies. So we form, and we also change our association name, not only biomaterial, including sustainable, that's including the recycling. And that's the way we push it. So you need the private sector to push the government, the elective office to promote our industries. Yeah. And there is another.
Okay, maybe the last one before we start.
Okay, back into the definition for green energy. When you mentioned about the biomass still like emit some carbon emission, that's why you mentioned about the BECCS. So when it comes into CCS, it's the big infrastructure that need a lot of investment. I want you to share if you think about the CCS is the infrastructure that should be invested by the government, or it should be like from the private sector who emit, like the hard-to-abate sector, to invest on that. Thank you.
I think my opinion is that I think we see example in Japan already. I think for many of the coal using power plant, incineration, those kind of things, they will have a difficult situation in near future because nobody is going to buy electricity from coal anymore, or nobody is going to buy your product but actually get heat from the coal. So in those areas, I think government doesn't really have to subsidize so much because the industry or private sector will have to adapt themselves. Otherwise, they'll be our business. Because in the market these days, they are not the first tier or the OEM. When you buy first tier, second tier product in the value chain, they not only require the price offer, but they actually the price coming with the carbon footprint product too. Because the OEM will have to declare to the consumer, okay, look, my iPhone by the year 2030, they'll be carbon free. But how can they do that? Then all the element, all the materials that go into the little part, all the process that assemble has to be decarbonized. So I think that pressure or that demand in the future that we know is coming will actually force the industry who are using a not so low carbon technology to adapt themselves. So I think government can just regulate in such a way that there are some ecosystem or there are some technical advisor to help them monitor how this CO2, how the process emit the CO2 in such a way that they can actually go back into the international market, say, hey, in this process I have changed this and that, so that now my material or my supply chain is actually lower carbon. In my opinion, because no more subsidy is needed. I think it's at to the point where the private sector are coming strong with the commitment, and they come this and they show this because people will buy the product, right? People now have awareness already. You don't have to implant why we need to be carbon neutral in this year, but they're actually there already.
Okay, thank you very much. So our monitor, time is up. Yeah,
Miss Delisia.
time is up.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We consume too much energy this morning. So we need to energy for this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for all the panelists. Big applause for all the panelists, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Now we will now break for lunch. Lunch is being served in the restaurant, which is located to the next area. And please take this opportunity to enjoy the meals prepared for you and engage with your peers. We will resume our session again at 10 to 1. So please be here 10 minutes before 1. So we can have directly start at 1 for the next session. Also for the jury, please be here jury for the Yes Challenge, right? Yes. So be like this room at 1:30 at least. Yes. Please enjoy your lunch. welcome back everyone. We are excited to begin the training course segment for our program. We have an exciting lineup of presentation from teams dedicated to advancing green energy technologies and empowering net zero energy transition. Without further ado, let's begin this session. Before we to kick off this session, I would like to invite Professor Su Yi Wu to open our training course session. To Prof. Wu, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. I think this is maybe the ninth. I think since 2015 we have a first S challenge, and until now I say we still follow it. And most of the people maybe know the PBL, project-based learning, but I think we prefer challenge-based learning. This is challenge-based learning because project-based learning, maybe the team don't find the problem by themselves, but this is all the team have to find the problem by themselves and find a solution by themselves, and through this challenge, and then maybe all the experts can give the suggestion to them to modify their solution again. And I try to hope all the team, their good idea one day can come true. So my dream is still think that one day our final presentation can invite the company sector to join us, because all the team, they have a very good idea, very good concept, but we still need the money input and let their dream come true. So I hope that maybe we try hard. If we can invite the company sector, private sector to join us, and then follow this presentation also, and then one day can have a company adopt this concept and then to build up the business model to the local community, etc. I think this is my dream. Okay, so thank you very much for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wu. So before we go to final pitch presentation of the student, we will have one presentation from Ms. Rosibel Ochaf from UC Riverside in United States on the topic of building inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem in inland Southern California. Rosibel, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and really appreciate the invitation from Professor Wu, Professor Zhu, for all the attention that I received from the team to allow me to be here. So we're going to change a little bit the dynamic of the topics that we heard this morning, and I'm going to tell you a story in the next 20 minutes about how we built an innovation ecosystem in a region in California, in el sur de California, where it's normally undersourced and underserved, and how we have done it from the university perspective. Thank you. So, my university, I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor for Technology Partnerships, and also an adjunct faculty member in Chemical and Environmental Engineering at the University of California in Riverside. The University of California is really a system of 10 campuses. UC Riverside is one, in an area called the inland Southern California. And if you are familiar with the map of California, which is about the fifth economy in the world, the whole region of what they call the inland Southern California is around 50,000 square kilometers. It comprises 3 counties: San Bernardino, Riverside, Imperial County, 5 million people in population. About 50% of the inhabitants are Latino or Hispanic, which is a growing minority. It's one of the fastest regions in the United States in terms of growth. It's a region that is close to 5 major airports, 3 ports. And that is, it has the positives and the negatives. Also, about 20%, there are about 20 plus colleges and universities, but UC Riverside is the only one that is a major research university in this whole region. Because of our proximity with the coast, what has happened, and also close to Los Angeles, to San Diego, to Irvine, 40% of all the goods that come from Asia go to inland Southern California. And that causes, for two reasons. One, because traditional low cost of the land, and the second one is because of abundant workforce that is unfortunately under-skilled, under-educated. So that has caused significant impact to the environment of the region. What you see in the left-hand side is an aerial photograph of all those warehouses. Amazon is the #1 employer. Warehouses that have replaced agricultural land. And that's displaced a lot of also milk farms, etc. Over 1 billion square feet of warehouses where the goods come from Asia to the United States, and then they get distributed to the rest of the country. The map on the right-hand side is a heat map. The dots are the location of those warehouses, which are along the roads. And the color really represents how polluted is the air. And what it means is that you can imagine that a lot of the people that live along those highways are poor, minorities that are essentially displaced and live there, and they really are getting a lot of their environmental impact of the pollution. So our university, because of where we are located, and we are the only one in this very large area, we are a member of the AAU, we are an economic prosperity university, we are major, we call it R1, major research university. We have really a commitment to improvement of the well-being of the population. So it's not just focused on research, which we do a lot, not just focused on education, which we have about 26,000 students, 3,000 graduate students, but we also want to really, serve as a leader or a catalyst for prosperity in the region by diversifying our economy from a major focus on logistics to one that is really focused on the transition to net zero, on social inclusion, innovation, climate. One of the things that also distinguish our campus is about 80% of our students are from California. About 40% are the first in their family that go to college. And yet, this university, for the moment that they enter to when they graduate, they really transform their life because of their opportunity. So that's why we are either #1 or #2 in the United States recognized for social mobility. Yet we have world-class research, and research that our faculty in science, agriculture, and humanities, we have about 1,000 faculty members. They are developing solutions that not only address regional challenges, but also world challenges, many of the ones that we heard this morning, around areas of engineering, agriculture, robotics, automation, artificial intelligence, including having the latest school of medicine that is focused on addressing health disparities in the region. So my group is called Office of Technology Partnerships. And we manage all the intellectual property. We heard this morning about intellectual property and questions. So we manage all the intellectual property for the university. We have about 400 pieces of intellectual property. All the collaboration with industry. I have a group that is focused on reaching out to the private sector to build partnerships with corporations. And then we have about 20 different programs focused on innovation and entrepreneurship. The goal of our university is to translate the deep technology protected by intellectual property to the private sector in the forms of licenses, sponsored research, or more corporate or startups. But at the same time, we want to really empower our own students and our faculty with the knowledge that they need to build their own companies. That has been demonstrated particularly in the United States, how, for example, minority groups get empowered and change and transformed due to wealth creation, and it's come from business creation. So this is really a little bit of the breakdown of our intellectual property. About 2/3 of the portfolio is in life sciences, 1/3 is in physical sciences. We spend about $1 million a year in patents filings. We generate about $5 to $7 million a year in the licenses of royalties of agricultural products, like the tango mandarins or the cuties were generated in our university, and that royalty gets invested in innovation. So these are two of our most famous products. The tango mandarin was created in the 1990s. By now it has generated over $50 million for us in royalties. And last year we released a new avocado variety called Luna. We have over 300 different decolonizations of avocado, and we have them in different tiers. So Luna was released last year. We formed a global consortium with 30 countries with a company called Erosemillas called Green Motion. And last year, Time Magazine identified Luna as one of the 200 inventions of the year. And my team really is focused on, I'm going to just quickly, my team is really focused on helping our faculty not only protect their intellectual property, but mature that intellectual property, de-risk it, and at the same time find partners that can take that technology to the market. Just to make a little comment about helicoid. Helicoid is a technology, is a material that, a nanomaterial that was created in the lab that is based on biomimicry. We found the team, we found the entrepreneur, we helped the company raise capital, and back in 5 years now, this company, Helicoid Technologies, is in the market and selling hockey sticks. So another component, when we look at the innovation ecosystem, I'm coming from San Diego, where I was before coming to Riverside. It's a very mature innovation ecosystem, but when you go to Riverside and you do a map, you start looking at where are the companies, particularly where are the deep science companies around us. And what you see in the map is the dots represent all those deep science startups that have been created primarily from research out of universities. And what you'll see is that they cluster not only around the coast, but they're clustered around universities. And where you see that circle, that's where UCR is. That's back in 2016 when I started. So what we did is we aggressively put together a whole program for the basic elements on building support for entrepreneurial companies, for students, for faculty, but also for community. In fact, 60% of the programs that we support, of the startups that we support, come from the community, and 40% from the university. So what does this program concentrate, focus on 4 things: mentorship by seasoned entrepreneurs who've been there, done that, and have built companies before that help faculty and students and community start companies. Number 2, access to capital, from proof of concept, venture capital, all the way to loans, and we heard today about pilots. Same. Extensive entrepreneurial education, focus on customer discovery, identifying who's your customer, and doing really integrated market validation with technology validation hand in hand. So every year we train thousands of students from our campus focus on this element, and it's based on the National Science Foundation Innovation Corps. And finally, places to grow companies, incubators, accelerators in the region. We also have put a lot of effort in test beds. You know, if you're an entrepreneur and you want to raise capital, whatever technology it is, you really need to demonstrate that the technology works outside the lab. It's not, you need to show not only that it's competitive, that is unique, that is protected, but also works outside your laboratory. So these test beds are in different areas around agriculture, around transportation, around emissions, as a biotechnology, around semiconductors, and they are available, these labs are available not only to our faculty, our students, but also to the community entrepreneurs for a fee, but very reduced, and they work side by side with our professors. In addition, because we need to really create a pipeline of companies, we cannot just wait for our faculty members and our students to start companies, but also we are really building a series of capacity building programs for the community. So with our extension program, we created what we call professional certificates. It's called Zero to Entrepreneurs in 6 months. But what it is that our faculty train the community members on the leading edge tools around biotechnology, around agriculture, around breathing, around sensors, and then we wrap that program with entrepreneurial education. And this is the second year of our program, and we have actually trained over 300 community members, and by now it's 40 companies created. And that culminate with a competition called the Oasis Challenge. We also facilitate there are about 300,000 small businesses, primarily women-owned, around the region. And these small businesses tend not to grow, and not to compete. And so what we're doing is creating programs focused on technology insertion, data analytics, cybersecurity, Internet of Things. So although our main focus is deep tech, you cannot really change the whole community by just paying attention to a few startups. You really need to look at that impact for the community. How do you pay for this? Well, I write grants. I have written over 20 grants to different organizations, and by now it's $33 million invested in these programs. The first $20-some million were focused on building the infrastructure, and the balance is now focused on building a regional strategy focused on sustainability, innovation, and social inclusion. These are the funding agencies. It's everybody. It's the state, the federal government, the private sector, foundations, and individuals. So where are we now? I show you the map 8 years ago with almost no dots. Now these are 600 companies. $80 million in capital raise, 1,200 jobs, all in technology. And so that's really, and these are some of the logos of these companies, and we focus on building the team, building the company, the talent, and actually access to capital and physical space. I'm going to keep this. And we'll keep that. So today we're going to hear students pitching. And every year, I have thousands of students that really are going through this exercise, and it's really one of the most rewarding experiences, and it's always fun to see the students turning their ideas into companies, so look forward to that. These are our mentors, and the students really pitching again. And finally, what do we do? Because again, if we're going to turn and diversify the economy, we are growing companies organically, but also we are, with all this platform, we're attracting companies from overseas. So by now we have over 12 companies that are in the process of establishing in California, and one of them is Omio. Omio comes from New Zealand, makes autonomous vehicles, and now they are setting up we partnered with the city of Riverside, and now they're setting up their manufacturing plant in Riverside for autonomous vehicle. And that is the first of what we think is going to be several. We have companies in electric vehicles, in batteries, in lithium-ion batteries, and also some in bioenergy. We're building the first research park in 2 years. It's going to be open, and it's going to provide a space where faculty, the community, entrepreneurs collaborate and work together. It's called Oasis Park. And we are also building another innovation space focused on agriculture technology called Northside Innovation Center, where we are going to have training programs for climate smart agriculture and controlled environment agriculture with about 50,000 square feet of solar greenhouses, organic farming, as well as training for students. So I'm going to just tell you one more example. This is a professor, Robert Jinkerson, in engineering, that is growing. He created a new variety of tomato that can grow vertically. It's called space tomatoes. And we brought one of the companies they attracted is a company from Uruguay called Sidorina. And Sidorina is building a robot that really is a robot that accelerates or makes seeding of tree plants very fast. So we essentially co-located Sidorina from Uruguay with Professor Jinkerson in the same greenhouse. They started talking to each other, and they thought that why don't we work together and design a new system for growing tomatoes in space. And this team 6 months ago built that machine that you see on the right-hand side. It's called Nolox. They went to Ohio to the Ames I think is space center. They competed for 7 weeks and they won the second prize. This is now it's called the NASA Challenge. Hopefully they're going to start growing tomatoes in space in the space station. So this is the type of activities that we want to really foment. And finally, so where are we going now? So we heard this morning about capital. I will say that my number one priority for all the entrepreneurs that we help, and we help around 150 companies a year, is providing them with capital. I don't know if you know, but only 2% of women entrepreneurs receive venture capital. Minorities, almost no venture capital. So in a region that is primarily minority, not having access to capital is a major challenge. So what we did is we secured a designation from the state of California called Innovation Hub, where we are going to coordinate all the incubators and accelerators in the region, all focused on sustainability, with the idea that we are going to pull together all of us to build the resources that we need to attract capital and talent to the region. So we continue that growth. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rosibel. Maybe one or two questions from the audience. Is there any question? Or the presentation really quite clear for all of the audience? Okay, one question from Dr. Alphon.
Yes, we do. First, we make them present, right? Their idea. We look at. They have to have a differentiated product. That means not only intellectual property, but also a product that is unique and differentiated. Number one. So that company, once it graduates from the incubator, can grow really fast. Number two, the team is very important. Who is the team, and is the team committed? If we have a team, and not one person, but a team that is not really engaged and is not passionate about success and committed to work hard, we don't accept it. So normally what we do is we make them present. We have a committee of about mentors and investors, and we interview them, and we select them, and we make a plan for them. And they need to make the plan to meet the milestones, and if you don't meet the milestones, you're out.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alphon, and also Dr. Rosibel. And please give applause to Rosibel. And next, we will have the Yes Challenge 2024 panel pitch presentation. But before we start, I would like to introduce all of the juries for our event today. From the left side, Dr. Aosia from China. Dr. Aosia, could you please stand up? And next to Dr. Aosia is Dr. Pan Tuan An from Vietnam. And next, we have Dr. Hans Saputra from Indonesia. And the last, but not least, Professor Alisara Runsang from Thailand. So team and jury, please remember that each team only had 10 minutes per presentation and 20 minutes per discussion. And we will inform you if the time is 2 minutes left, we will give you a sign. That's the presentation, only 2 minutes left. So without any further ado, please welcome Team Amal from Thailand with title Micromate, a novel bacteria approach to microplastic removal and biogas production. Please, team, the stage is yours. You can have the mic over there. Oh, there's...
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are ML team, and today we are excited to present our. Today we are excited to present our project called Micromate. Our team is under the guidance of Associate Professor Dr. Suliwan Sithichanda, and the team member include Prakasit Pienpaser, Sef, Vilakan Bunchu, Film, Washila Sisawat, Pet, and me. My name is Palakit Chailat Atom. To give everyone a clear understanding of the problem we are addressing, let's start with our first topic.
Each year, vast amount of plastic waste are often discarded into the environment. Over time, environmental factors break down this plastic into the microplastic, which accumulate in water, soil, and the food chain, eventually entering to the human body and potentially causing various health issues. Typically, the contaminated microplastic in water can pass through the municipal wastewater treatment system. However, current wastewater treatment systems are not specifically designed to remove microplastic. To address this problem, we start developing a wastewater treatment system called Micromate. It uses microbes to degrade microplastic while producing biogas, renewable resource energy.
And the next topic is objective. Our first objective is to study the ability of bacteria to degrade microplastic in wastewater. And the second objective is to study the efficiency of Micromate system in degrading microplastic. And the next topic is material. Our first material is microplastic. We are working with polypropylene as our target material. This plastic is made by Petroplast chemical, and we are using it about 5 millimeter in size. Now the cool part is how we are finding bacteria to break this plastic down. We are not just picking random microbes. We are going straight to the source, is open dump landfills. That's where we are running the process called isolate consortium. Basically, we are hunting for microorganism basically we are hunting for microorganisms that have superpower to chop through microplastic.
And the next one is microorganism. We're using this bacteria called CCP KKU3 consortium and USB granule First, CCP-KKU3, that is mostly Bacillota, about 81.65%. Then there's some Pseudomonas around 11.34%, and a tiny bit of actinobacteria, about 0.01%. Basically, it's a bunch of different bacteria, but Bacillota is the big boss here. Next up, we're using UASB granule as our biogas inoculum. This comes from an upflow anaerobic salad reactor at a vermicelli noodle factory in Nakhon Pathom, Thailand. The micromet system operates through a dual primary state, aerobic treatment and anaerobic digestion. In the aerobic phase, we use our CCP-KKU3 bacterial consortium to further degrade the microplastic in the wastewater. This process is enhanced by an aeration tank, ensuring the bacterial efficiency remove microplastic particles. In the anaerobic phase, microplastic in contaminated wastewater are exposed to specialized UASB granule and biogas inoculum. This combination breaks down the microplastic while generating methane gas, a clean renewable energy source that can be used for power.
Yeah, the next one is result. The scanning electron microscope results show that in just 30 days, the CCP-KKU3 bacteria can degrade ppmp by 70%. Yeah. And the next one is conclusion. Based on the finding, the micromet system can decompose microplastic, reduce COD, improve water quality, and produce methane gas. Finally, research demonstrates a sustainable solution to global environmental challenge. Yeah. Oh, sorry. For the next step, we apply the micromet system to trivial wastewater. Secondly, biogas production should be optimized for maximum biogas efficiency. Yeah, before we end the topic, we would like to thank you, my supervisor, Dr. Opa Shunot, and our member team, Chef Atom Pest, and me for support and contribution to this project. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, or if you have any question, you can tell me.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation for the team. And now, jury, if you have any question, you can address to the team. Who will be start? Professor Alisara? Do you have any question to the team?
Yeah. Why your system is called micromet? Why is that?
Because it use microorganism and a product is methane. Yes.
Okay. So, what is your concern about microplastic in the biogas system? Why do you think it's the problem that you have to solve?
Our concern is maybe in the anaerobic system it may have less microplastic.
Maybe the other members can answer the question.
So you want to see like the efficiency of the AD for degrading microplastic, or what is that?
The efficiency of microorganism to degrade microplastic.
I know that is your objective. You want to see that the microorganism can degrade or not. But why is it the concern? Microplastic.
Because we in like domestic in domestic wastewater, maybe people can concern about human health, like accumulate of microplastic in their body. Yeah. So we design this system to remove microplastic from from wastewater, because currently the wastewater treatment didn't have a system that degrade microplastic. So we think it's maybe useful for current
situation. There are the contaminations of the microplastic in the wastewater system, and you want to see how your microorganism can help. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Alisara. Dr. Ausia? Please.
Okay, very nice topic. So treatment of microplastics is very important. And I'm just wondering, what is the most significant innovation in your project? What is a new technology or something new things to bring out in your project?
Our microorganism, CCP KKU3 bacteria. Yes, that. Yeah.
So the strain is the new strain you developed and adapted in your process. Is it your innovation? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. I think it's very good solution for reduce contamination of the microplastic. So I have some question. Can you come back to the slide material? Material, yes. So, okay. No, okay. So yes. So now in this aerobics process, so you put the bacteria inside. So for me, so for growth bacteria, you need some nutrients like carbon salt and nitrogen salt. Okay. So if you put more nutrition, so that means you cause more contaminants for the water. Okay, as a second question, so do you have how many methane can produce per one quantity of the microplastic?
We are not put this microorganism in the system yet. That is just.
So you don't push the bacteria in the system?
It's a future plan.
No, your idea. Because
yeah.
I think your idea is to isolate the bacteria from the landside and put in the system to demonstrate that this bacteria can degrade microplastic, right?
Yes.
Why? Yes.
Microorganism, we take the result from Khon Kaen University. Our advisor is we and Khon Kaen is like co-worker.
Yes.
เขาเรียกว่าเจ้าของพื้นที่หลักหรืออาจารย์
The professor asked you that
not yet. This is
Well, the SIP, the same surface
is
microscopic, the same. Yes.
like simulator.
Another question from Dr. Han.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very nice and interesting. Yeah. I'm curious about what is the main role of the microbe, in your opinion? That is it the microplastic should be come from the biodegradable plastic, or it doesn't matter what is the source?
We use the polypropylene that we buy from the manufacturer. Is that just a taste? We are not use a real microplastic. Yeah.
And the role of the microbe, microorganism that you use, what will they do?
Dr. Hans asking about how work the microbes do with the microplastic, how it work, how the bacteria.
The isolate consortium taste.
Is there will be the decomposition, for example, occur in the system? Okay, I want to ask again, what is your hope in the future for your idea? How to, what is the advantage?
I think in the future the micromet can decompose microplastic and reduce COD, yeah, and improve water quality and produce methane gas, yeah. But because this is
It's a model that we design, not a, we not that it does not exist now. Like and the result that we test of the test of microorganism is from lab, yes, and our group think it maybe it can degrade the microplastic in the wastewater treatment, so we decide to make this micromet, yes.
So what you have presented is like propose the model that how can you treat the microplastic in the wastewater. Is that correct? I think so.
say again one, please?
So I try to wrap up that. So
Yeah,
this
yes.
is the model that you propose
Yes.
that you will do to degrade the
Yeah.
microplastic
Yes.
in the wastewater system.
We still have time. The jury, is there any question from the jury? Dr. Ant? No? Dr. Ausia? Please?
Maybe additional questions. How about the environmental impact? If you apply such technology in a large scale, do you assess like the environmental impact or the other impacts of your new technology?
Maybe no. Yeah.
Okay, how about any technical, economical assessment about the technology? Can you reduce the cost as compared with the traditional technology, or do you have any other advantages?
Could you speak slower? Because
Okay.
we blank like what?
Oh yes.
We already blank for now.
So do you carry out the technical or economical assessment about your new technology which you proposed in this project as compared with the traditional or conventional technology it already has been used?
I think nowadays wastewater treatment system is didn't have didn't have a system that degrades microplastic. So we think it's better if every wastewater treatment have this system because it can
gas for the next step. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ausia. Any question from the jury? Oh, one more question from Dr. Hans.
Yes. About the sample that you use is the polypropylene in size of 5 millimeter. What is the relation with microplastic? Is it the size like that, or what do you mean? Or you want to make the treatment that or other treatment? What is the definition of microplastic?
I think in the general microplastic it have size is less than 5 millimeters.
Micro.
Micromillimeters.
Okay. If there is no question from the jury, please give applause to the team. Okay, we move to the next team. Please welcome Energy Age from Chinese Taipei with title From Waste to Power, a new model for sustainable energy supply in remote area. Team, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present our innovative solution today. And we are Team Energy Age from Fengjia University, Chinese Taipei. And here is my member, Lu Zixian, and Fang Yuxuan, and me, Chua Kai-le. Our project focuses on addressing key issues in remote and disaster-prone areas, entitled From Waste to Power, a new module for sustainable energy supply in remote regions. And we aim to convert household food waste into biogas, and this innovative approach not only addresses the lack of reliable electricity in those regions, but also reduce carbon emissions and promote sustainable waste management practices. With the support of our mentor, we've developed a system that integrates various green energy technologies to contribute to the global movement toward net zero emissions. Today, I'm excited to share how our project can make a lasting impact on communities and contribute to a greener future for all. Before we dive into the details, let me give you a brief on what I will be covering today. First, I'll outline the key issues and we are addressing, and followed by our innovative solution to these challenges. Then we'll explore the technical aspect of the project and its market applications. Also, we'll highlight the economic benefit and return on investment of our solution. And finally, I'll discuss the broader sustainability impact and future outlook. Let's get started. It's important to understand that the challenges we are addressing now, and these challenges can be grouped into three main categories: energy shortages, waste management issues, and environmental impact. Let's take a closer look at each of these challenges. Energy shortages are persistent issues in many of these regions. Without stable electricity, daily life is severely impacted, and the situation becomes even more dire during crisis. To make matters worse, many of these areas rely on diesel generators for emergency power. While effective, diesel generators are major contributors to carbon emissions, which have long-term environmental consequences. Additionally, food waste is responsible for about 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. When this waste ends up in landfills, methane is released and further accelerating climate change. By converting food waste into energy, we can solve two problems at once: reducing pollution and generating renewable power. To address these challenges, we've developed a modular and adaptable system, an energy truck. The energy truck is designed to convert household food waste into biogas through a biomass fermentation process. The energy generated is stored in recycled batteries, ensuring power availability even when renewable sources aren't actively generating electricity. An AI integrated control system can optimize the energy flow, ensuring that resources are used efficiently. Also, the truck is designed to integrate with local renewable resources such as wind, micro hydropower, geothermal energy. It can be deployed in various environments, offering reliable renewable power to meet energy needs in rural communities. Let's now take a closer look at the technical details of our energy truck. The energy store container includes several key components. First, we have a biogas power system, which consists of a biogas generator and a biomass fermentation control system, allowing the conversion of food waste into energy. Next, the recycled battery module ensures energy storage and availability when renewable sources like solar or wind aren't producing power. Finally, we have an AI integrated control system that monitors and regulates the energy flow, ensuring optimal efficiency and resource use. Now, let me introduce the key specification of our energy truck. The total container dimensions are shown on the slide, and inside the container, the recycled battery module with a capacity of 133 kilowatt comprises 40 to 75% recycled batteries and delivers an output of 100 kilowatt hours, efficiently storing energy for when renewable sources aren't generating electricity. Additionally, we have an external gas storage tank attached outside the truck, which is used to store gas produced during the fermentation process. For renewable energy generation, the truck is equipped with 36 solar panel module to generate 72.5 kilowatt hour of solar power per day. And lastly, the AI control system integrates all of these components, intelligently managing the energy flow to ensure efficient power distribution and consumption. Our solution is designed to serve specific market segments based on geographic, demographic, and psychographic factors. Geographically, we target regions that face significant electricity access challenges, including remote rural areas and disaster-prone regions that are not connected to the main power grid. In these areas, our energy truck provides a reliable and autonomous power source, particularly useful during emergency. Demographically, our primary customers include environmental professionals, energy managers, disaster preparedness experts, and public institutions, all of whom are responsible for addressing energy needs and sustainable goals. Psychographically, our solution appeals to environmental conscious organizations and consumers who prioritize sustainability and reducing their carbon footprint. By segmenting our market into these three categories, we can better identify and serve the regions and groups that would benefit most from our energy truck. In terms of target markets, food factories are our primary customers in the short term. Industrial production generates a significant amount of biomass waste, which can be converted into energy using our system. This helps factories reduce their reliance on traditional energy sources, lower energy costs, and minimize their environmental impact. In the midterm, government agency and local institutions will lead the transition to sustainable energy, with schools also benefiting as disaster relief centers. In the long term, we aim to collaborate with underserved regions and developing countries to ensure reliable power during crisis and support local development. Now let's take a look about the economic benefits and return on investment. The total cost of our energy truck is 5.5 million New Taiwan dollar, which includes recycled batteries, solar panels, and the AI control system, energy storage container, and assembly costs. And the annual maintenance cost for the energy truck amounts to 5.65 million New Taiwan dollars, which covers repairs, transportation, labor, and the rent for the production facility. Our revenue model shows that each energy truck is priced at 8.5 million New Taiwan dollar. By the second year, we expect to sell 1 unit, followed by 2 units in the third year. Starting from the fourth year, we anticipate rapid growth, with sales reaching 20 units, at which point we'll break even and being generating profits. Let's now take a look at both the sustainability and the long-term impact of our energy truck. By replacing diesel generators with renewable energy sources, our energy truck can significantly reduce carbon emissions, contributing directly to global efforts to reduce greenhouse gases. Our solution also supports the principles of the circular economy. By converting food waste into usable energy, we reduce the amount of waste that ends up in landfills, cutting down on pollution and minimizing the harmful environmental effects caused by traditional waste management practices. Furthermore, the energy truck provides renewable energy to off-grid and disaster-prone areas, offering communities temporarily and reliable power during critical moments. In summary, our project provides a comprehensive solution to critical issues in remote and disaster-prone areas by alleviating energy shortages, improving waste management, and reducing carbon emissions. Looking ahead, our goal is to focus on supporting regions rich in natural resources but facing challenges in aligning with global sustainability initiatives. In the near future, we plan to ensure transparency in our carbon reduction efforts by providing verifiable data on emission reductions. Before we wrap up, I would like to take a moment to show you a video that highlights our project in action. Let's take a look. It's okay. If you guys are interested on this video, you can find it on YouTube and under the title 2024 APPEC Yes Challenge Team Energy H. So now I'm wrapping up my presentation. To wrap up our presentation, it's clear that creating a sustainable and resilient future requires collaboration and shared responsibility. Our project is not just about providing energy, it's about transforming how we think about energy, waste, and the environment. By working together, we can make a real difference in communities, industries, and the world as a whole. So I invite you to join us together for a greener future. Through collaboration and innovation, we can power a more sustainable world for generations to come. Thank you, and I welcome any question you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for the team. Give applause for the team. Maybe, is there any question from jury? Professor Elisara?
Okay, very, very good plan. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. So your plan is to use food waste to produce methane, correct? And you want to use that for like some disaster situation, flooding, like that, right?
Yeah,
so the truck can bring the energy go to the flooding system.
Yeah.
So what is the plan? During the flooding, there is the shortage of food as well. How can you get the food waste to supply your system?
Beside the food waste, we also use the like solar power or hydro power to generate the electricity. So maybe when the area have the shortage of food, we can use the natural to provide the energy, electricity.
On the truck, you have the solar system on
Yeah.
your truck?
Yeah. Here is the solar panel is up there. We have 36 solar panel modules, and it can generate 72.5 kilowatt hours of solar power per day.
Oh, at first, I thought that you will use that power to run the AD system.
Oh, it's like a collaboration. So food waste is one way, and another way is the natural sources.
Okay. And if you operate the food waste system producing methane, do you have any backup plan about the non-homogeneous food waste that you supply to your system? Because food waste will have like different kinds of waste. So how do you handle that? Concern? Do you think it will affect your system or no?
It will affect, but I think almost all the food waste we can use to generate the electricity.
Yeah, you can, but the food waste during the day and seasoning affects the food waste too. Sometimes it has like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just if you cannot answer, it's okay.
Okay, maybe Dr. Arndt?
Thank you so for the presentation. So my question, so how many food waste this team can be treated one day? how many food waste
Food
can be
waste.
traced one day? And second question is how long does it take from when you push food waste in the system to electricity? How many times? And the third question, because here you transfer food waste to biogas, biogas to electricity. So for the transfer biogas to electricity, there are some hydrosulfide could be very toxic for system. Do you have some idea with some new technology to treat this problem? Hydrosulfide, you know? Hydrosulfide, when you burn biogas in the generator, there are some hydrosulfide.
Pardon?
Hydrosulfide, hydrogen sulfide. H2S. Yes. So it's very toxic for us.
I answer the first question first. We aim to service 33 families, and for one family, the average and electricity use is 3 kilowatt power, right? And we aim to service 33 families, so which means that we need 100 kilowatt power per day, and which means that we need to produce 50 cubic meter biogas. And about the H2S problem, we didn't think about this, and I think this is what we can improve in the future.
Okay, Dr. Ann? Enough? Okay. Dr. Hans, please.
Thank you. I think this idea is interesting. That potential to apply it in some area. But I want to know about why do you use the recycled battery module? What is the main function of this?
The recycled battery module is used to store the energy produced from the food waste. It store the energy.
From the generator, then you store the electricity.
Yeah.
Why don't you, in your idea, why don't you choose a good battery, a new battery module? Because the life cycle of the recycled battery may be not same quality with the new battery.
Okay, like now people who drive Tesla become more, right? And then we'll have the waste batteries. So we use the recycled battery modules is to reuse those waste batteries. Like recycle.
Yes. Yes, that is good in terms of the recycling, yes. But this truck should be operate in long time. Yeah. Maybe it's better if you recycle the battery in other stations. Yeah. But it's a good idea. Then this is the system that you think, as the previous question, that you need the purification for the octane gas, because it's still the carbon dioxide and sulfur. It's very dangerous with in the generator. how do you control the digestion, the digester?
Oh, how do we control the digester, right?
Yes. In operations.
We have the AI control system, and it will integrate all these components, so you use the system.
Do you know what need to do to make the gas productions optimum, or the as much as possible to produce the gas from the food waste? Maybe you have to control the temperature, you have to control the
Okay, just like I said, we use the AI control system, right? And when the AI system detect the problems, we will have workers to
okay.
try to fix it.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Aosya, maybe you can deliver your question.
Oh, okay. Very interesting topic, and to combine the anaerobic digestion with solar systems is a very hot topic, I think, in recent years. So, in fact, I have a couple of questions. So, firstly, what is main main use for the biogas to generate the electricity and the heat? Or do you want to store the biogas?
The biogas will turn into the electricity through the generator.
Through the generator.
Yeah.
So you can also generate heat as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think about to reuse the heat as well? Because the reuse heat can improve your efficiency of the system.
We concern that heating will increase the carbon emissions.
No, my suggestion is you can consider to reuse the heat, because the heat can use as a heat supply, yeah, or can use a lot of functions. I think it's a kind of energy, it's a precious, yeah. So do not waste the heat. Okay. Okay, so it's a suggestion. Another question is, basically you calculate, you can generate about 72.5 kilowatt hour electricity per day. So do you also calculate how about the electricity generated from biogas systems per day? Yeah.
Yeah, the 72.5 kilowatt hours per day is the solar power.
Yeah.
And for the biogas power, because we use the recycled battery module, so it has the limit output. Yeah. And then the limit output is 100 kilowatt hour of power.
Yeah, my understanding is the recycled battery module is for electricity storage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it can storage the electricity from the solar panels, and also can store the electricity from the biogas generator, electricity generator. So my question is, how about the electricity generated from biogas? Because I think the major system is for anaerobic digestion.
Yeah, but the recycled battery module is not only for storage. We also like I think this need to calculate it. It also needs to consider about the output of the recycled battery module. So if we know the limit output is how much, and then we control that how many gas we can produce.
Maybe it is not very easy to control how much biogas you can produce every day, because it's upon the organic loading rate and also the digester performance and also the microbial community. There are a lot of things to control. You can only control to a small range, but not you cannot always increase your biogas production. So do you calculate how much biogas you produce per day? Like the how about the cubic meter?
50 cubic meter per day.
50 cubic meter per day biogas.
Yeah.
Okay. So how about the anaerobic digester volume? The overall volume.
The size of the reactor should be 2 times of the gas we want to produce. So like
100 cubic meter, for example, 100 cubic meter. So okay, maybe you can think about later. And my last question is about, for example, the food waste treatment plant has been commercialized in many places, and it's a very high anaerobic digestion volume. Like several thousand to 10,000 cubic meters, and it would also generate the digestate. So for such small system, how to treat the digestate to protect the environment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat one more time?
Do you know the digestate? After the anaerobic digestion, you have a lot of waste liquid and solid materials that is not degraded during anaerobic digestion. That means so-called digestate. So do you have any good method to treat such kind of digestate after anaerobic digestion?
Okay, back to the AI control system. When he detect when the tank is full, then we'll have workers to clean it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we only have 2 minutes left. If the jury want to have something to add.
Okay. I would like to know the plan that you will use the energy that you produce in terms of gas and electricity. How can you use it? You produce it here, you have the battery to store the electricity, you also have the gas storage tank. But I cannot picture how you can use that in the disaster area. What is your plan after you produce it? So like connect it to
It
somewhere.
will connect it to the main power grid of the area. because some of the areas did not connected with the power grid, so they have energy shortages, electricity shortages. So our system plan to connect to the main power grid, and then distribute the electricity to the house.
Can think about it later. But for me, if I think about the flooding area, in terms of the shortage of gas for cooking, that is the urgent need. So maybe your plan should add like using the methane for cooking. That can solve some problem that have the urgent need. And electricity is the good idea too, okay?
Okay.
And okay.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Alisara. And thank you, team. Please give applause to the team. Now let's give a warm welcome to CQ and Green Energy team from China with title Bridging West and Green Energy, a continuous flow system for enhanced biofuel production and rural development. Number 3, yes, please. Okay, team, the stage is yours.
Our topic is Bridging Waste and Green Energy, a continuous flow system for enhanced biofuel production and rural development. I'm going to present the concept of this system from 3 aspects. As the international energy demand is growing, the environmental problem caused by the massive burning of non-renewable fossil fuels is becoming more and more prominent. In order to balance the growing energy demand with the environmental crisis, the use of renewable energy is gradually increasing. Among them, the biofuels, which can take the place of fossil fuels, are not only able to meet the growing energy demand, but also environmental friendly. And China, as a major agricultural country, can provide about 1 billion tons of lignocellulosic biomass per year, but now only 12% of them are used for high-value energy. So we want to promote energy conservation and carbon reduction while utilizing biomass to produce biofuels and high-value products, and then fostering rural economic development. And lignocellulosic biomass consists of 3 parts. The lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose forms a complex and tightly bonded structure. In order to utilize this biomass effectively, we typically started with the pretreatment and acidification process, and then break down the large biomass molecules into smaller sugar molecules, and then the sugars can be used in the subsequent fermentation process to produce biofuels. The existing pretreatment system consists the use homogeneous acid in batch reactor, but however, the homogeneous acid is difficult to separate and recover, with highly corrosive and also environmentally unfriendly. While in the batch reactor, it has low efficiency and cumbersome operation steps, and also unable to produce continuously. So we choose the solid acid catalyst, which is environmentally friendly, and highly active and selective, and also easy to separate and recover. With the bed reactor and the continuous flow system, which has low operating cost and high heat transfer efficiency and high stability of product equality. So we propose a continuous flow multi-stage conversion system for efficient production to biofuels from biomass. Our continuous flow a multi-stage conversion system, uses industrial waste heat and surplus renewable electricity with the solid acid catalyzed biomass hydrolysis system and electro-assisted anaerobic fermentation system to treat the agricultural waste into biogas, and then to achieve the economic viability and environmental friendliness, the significant economic benefits and increased employees' opportunities. And it has the lowest CO2 footprint. The 3D animation demonstrates the continuously catalytic conversion of biomass. The feedstock continuously flows into the tube reactor, and the tube is filled with solid acid catalyzed. The temperature and pressure regulation inside the reactor will be realized by the automatic control system. The biomass will continuously convert into the biofuels. The large biomass molecule will convert into smaller sugar molecules and then flows out of the reactor and enters the collecting box after cooling. Our pretreatment system consists of 4 parts: the substrate and the product supply and the collection system, the main reaction tube section, the industrial waste heat or solar heating system, and the automatic control system. For the first show, we have applied for 2 related patents of independent intellectual property rights, and the industrial waste heat or solar heating heat conduction oil circulation automatic control system intelligent adjust to achieve the temperature balance, and the optimized structure design of the tube to enhance the process heat transfer and can reduce the energy consumption by 40%. And then the catalyzed configuration was optimized to enhance process heat and mass transfer and improve the pretreatment efficiency. Our project is proposed to treat the China's underutilized biomass into biogas and for the recycle of agricultural waste and to promote rural economic development and improve rural environmental conditions. For the feasibility and the popularization of this system, the identified market segment includes the agricultural sector, the rural development programs, and renewable energy investors. The project is deliver value by transforming agricultural waste into valuable products and deliver economic growth and give job opportunities. As for the construction expenditure, the main parts are the pretreatment system, the site and the factory construction, the continuous flow pretreatment system, electro-assisted continuous flow fermentation system, the product purification system, storage and control system. They will cost about $198,000 in total. And during the operation of the system, the main cost includes the purchase and the transportation of raw materials and the products, and the demand for manpower, and the maintenance of equipment. They will cost about $240,000 per year. In terms of the main bioproduction of this system, there are biomethane, lignite material, and bioethanol. They will produce about $280,000 per year. And as for the balance of payment without loan, it will break even in the 3rd year. And if we consider the 4% annual interest rate on the loan, it will break even on the 4th year. And compared with the raw material without pretreatment, the yield of biomethane after pretreatment can increase by 85%, while the yield of bioethanol can increase by about 236%. So the pretreatment system can effectively improve the yield of bioproduction. We carry out the possibility and promotion mainly by government policy. TV, newspaper, magazine, and many kind of network platforms. In a summary, our continuous flow system uses renewable resources or industrial waste heat to treat agricultural waste, and then provide job opportunities by industrial production, and get biofuels as a power source of life, then achieve the narrow emission from biomass. Finally, to promote the harmonious coexistence of human beings and the environment. And to the end, these are the members of our team. Thank them for their guidance and support of this system. And that's all of our group's presentation. Thank you for your listening, and we're so glad to answer your questions.
Thank you for the team. And for the jury, is there any question from the jury?
Okay. Thank you very much for your innovative project and very good presentation. I just wonder, is there any waste from your system? Waste?
Okay, thank you for your question. Our system hydrolyzes the big molecular biomass into small molecular sugars, and we will use the small molecular into the later fermentation process. So there is no waste in this in our system. Okay.
So at all? No solid fraction or anything?
The solid acid could be reused after reactivated. So the solid waste for the solid acid is not existed, but there may be some solid waste in the not completely pretreatment in this process.
From what I understand, you use solid acid catalyzed to hydrolyze the agricultural waste, correct?
Yeah.
And then you put it into your system, and then you get ethanol, and then what else? Methane, correct?
Yeah.
But I think there should be some solid fraction in the system left.
In the fermentation process.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand your question.
Yeah,
okay. I just in this pretreatment process, maybe there is no solid waste. However, in this electro-assisted upload anaerobic fermentation system, after the fermentation process, there are some solid waste in the bottom of the reactor, and this solid waste also with the liquid waste, we could use it to photocatalytic process and convert it into some biofuel. Fuel. Yeah, fuel.
Yes. Lignin, yeah. Lignin. Yes. Yes.
So there we use the lignin to make some high-value chemicals.
For example, how to convert to lignin to chemical? So in your system, no solution there.
Maybe the left ligno and we use then to purification or other trade method and then turn into the lignin raw material. And maybe they can be used again.
But for acid hydrolysis, if you hydrolyze it, the lignin is not pure enough. It has to be like remove lignin first and then use it in the more purification form. But in this case, I understand his question because you use solid acid hydrolysis, so maybe lignin is not in a good form and to be used, right? Right? But what is the solid acid? It's in the solid form or what? Solid acid.
Solid acid.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah. What is solid acid? It is the acid in the solid form.
It's a kind of catalyst.
Catalyst.
Yeah, it's in the solid phase.
For example, can you give me some name? I never heard of this one.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm biological researcher, so I don't know what solid acid. Okay.
Let me have a brief introduction of the solid acid. This is a solid acid catalyst in our lab. It's a very small particle, about 0.8 millimeters. So we used it to filled with the packed bed reactor and realize the process of convert big molecular biomass into small molecular sugars.
Is you synthesize it, or what is it made from?
In this system, we use the solid acid is commercialized.
Commercial one?
Commercialized. We bought it from the market.
Can you give me like the chemical name or commercial name?
We use the solid acid named amber list, and it's a kind of
I search Google now. I know what solid acid is. Okay. It's acidic functional groups on the surface of. Okay.
Okay. Any other question from the jury?
Okay, thank you very much. About the background statement, how do you think if all of the waste of the straw you utilize to produce some chemicals and energy, how to replace the nutrients, the macro and micronutrients such as silica that contain in that straw? Do you have the concept for the agriculture?
Okay, let me think.
Do you consider about that?
Let me think.
It's not directly related with your title, but I just want to know that if all of the agriculture waste you take it out and actually in that straw there is some nutrient. maybe this is related with the previous question about the sludge that may produce as the byproduct of your system need to turn back to the agriculture land.
Okay. You mean that the byproduct of this system generated could be
Yes.
reused?
Is there the bioproduct? Or all of the feedstock will convert to the product, in your opinion?
The bioproducts, how to turn to the
Yes, in your
Sorry.
system, such as the previous question is, will have the other waste. So maybe I use the other terms. This is the byproduct that you can process to other product, or you can replace. You can bring back as the fertilizer, for example.
Okay. The byproduct in this process generated could be some fertilizer.
Yes, maybe if you produce the sludge that cannot utilize to produce the energy anymore, but they still contain the silica or other substance that cannot convert to methane or bioethanol. It's better. This is the suggestion. It's better to you give back in the agriculture land as the fertilizer. You present about the economic analysis, the break-even in 4 years.
Yes.
What is the capacity that you use in your calculation?
You mean the capacity of the cost and our you mean how to balance the cost and payment? We researched some cost of many machine or the like the pretreatment system or the manpower and the control system and the storage system, how much they will pay, and we calculate them together, and then we measured the yield of the bioproduct, and then also measured their how much they can provide, and then we compare them and calculate each year.
Yes, in what capacity, in how much the capacity that you calculate that will break even in 4 years? The total capacity of your system, in your opinion. Maybe 1 ton or.
From this figure, we calculate like the 3rd year, the whole cumulative investment will be 841.5, and the cost and the income is just familiar with the investment. So we think this system and maybe this factory, if we build, it will break the event in the 3rd year.
So how about the capacity, or how about the biomass? How many tons of biomass you can treat it every day or every year? So how about the system's capacity?
Okay, thank you for your question. In our in this system, we designed it could treat about 10 tons biomass and 1 day. And if you want to pre-treatment more biomass and livestock, you could scale up and scale up the system, and you could pre-treat more waste. It's depend on your on the scale of the system. Okay, in this calculation we used we could pre-treat about 10 tons biomass per day.
Okay, any other?
Which system? Fermentation system.
Let me think.
It's a kind of aerobic bacteria. Aerobic, anaerobic. Without pretreatment. The yield of production, or it's.
Okay, first of all, it's compared with the pretreatment with some liquid acid and water acid is in a mild condition. For the temperature is in the 150. Yeah. And the pressure is about 1 MPa.
Okay. I think because the time is up, please give applause to the team.
Okay, thank you.
And now we move to the next team. Please welcome Ramno Glow from Indonesia with title Sustainable Production from Ramnos from Pome. Ramno Glow team, the stage is yours. Is the slide already? Okay. Can we start the presentation? Team, are you ready? Okay. The stage is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, fellow judges and fellow mates. So before I start the presentation, I would like to ask you a couple of things. Like, do you guys know, like, right now it's in trend that youthful skin, that glass skin, like you want to get that, you know, always staying young, right? But you know, right now there's like an urgent problem. Like there's a lot of waste and it's polluting everywhere. Like it's a very urgent problem, right? So we would like to propose an innovation that can kill two birds in one stone. So first of all, the waste that I'm talking about is foam. So currently, as we all know, in Indonesia, there's a huge foam production. Currently, we're producing 17.63 million foam per month in Indonesia, and that is a lot. So why is it harmful? Because there are several negative effects. The first one, of course, polluted environment, because we release it into the environment, right? And then if it's polluted, there is, of course, health problems and water ecosystem death. And that is very detrimental. Why? Because it will directly affect the locals, their incomes, and their houses when they live next to the, maybe like the river, the smell, ugh, I cannot imagine, right? And then like whenever you release unprocessed foam, you will get lawsuit and fine, like it is stated in the presentation, right? And then of course, it is very costly to do the remediation process. So that is why we came up with our innovation. We will convert this foam to rhamnose using microbial fermentation technology. Well, we will change this rhamnose into an anti-aging product. So we will include them into product that promotes anti-aging. So our goal is to contribute towards Golden Indonesia 2045. So next, my friend will continue.
Okay, so why rhamnose? Because we see the growing demand of anti-aging product among women as an opportunity to promote the use of more natural ingredients such as rhamnose as an effective anti-aging solution. Okay, based on the literature we have studied before, rhamnose offers benefits such as stimulating the production of collagen and elastin, and it's safe for sensitive skin. Okay, this slide shows the comparison between retinol, a widely used anti-aging ingredient, and retinol is a vitamin A derivative, and it has mechanism increasing cell turnover, but it is prone to cause skin irritation, especially in high concentration. In other hand, rhamnose stimulate collagen production gradually and highly suitable for sensitive skin, especially for elderly consumers. Okay, in this slide, shows you there are more than 1,000 cosmetic industry in Indonesia, and many of them use rhamnose by the time. Okay, so originally rhamnose can be produced by a plant called buckthorn berries, but the plant itself is uncommon in Indonesia, so it requires importing from other countries at a higher cost.
So, as we all know, like my friend stated before, there's a tiny problem where it is not produced in Indonesia. However, we saw the potential. Like currently in the market, it is valued at 38.24 million USD in 2022. And it has the 9.95% CAGR, and it is forecasted to reach 67.55 million USD dollar by 2028. So, as we all know before, actually, the rhamnose is from buckthorn berries, right? So here we give you the benchmarking between rhamnose production from traditional method and microbial fermentation method that we propose. So the percent yield that we get from traditional method is only max 10% from 0.24 gram per liter sugar content. However, the one we propose, we will get 85 to 87% in 0.33 gram per liter sugar content. And we have extra benefit. We can bioremediation those foam by 90% COD removal. And there's another benefit. The first one is that the traditional method is really high. the price. It's $862 per kilogram. However, with our rhamnose, we can produce a a very competitive pricing rhamnose price at $600 per kilogram. So it's more profitable and lower market price. So we have two innovations. The first one is we will use this downstream process where first we take the sample and then we went through pre-treatment. After that we use fermentation. And then we will dive deeper into this. After that, we will went through sedimentation and purification. After that, we will get a rhamnose product that can support the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And this process, we will support zero waste. So, why I said we will indulge deeper, because we will use a method called engineered yeast. So we will use plastic factor transformation, where we will transport two genes that can process POM, which is the genes to process fatty acid, and the gene to process glucose. They will transfer them from Pseudomonas aeruginosa to Saccharomyces cerevisiae. You can see the metabolic pathway right there. And then, so how does we know if the gene work or not? So we have the development, integration, validation. But before we dive into this, there are several advantages of this method engineering yeast, which is reduced fermentation, higher yield, and higher productivity. And of course, since we use flocculent type, we will be able to separate them easily, ultimately reduce the cost for separation. So we will, back to this slide. We have this development integrative validation where we use the TLC method and also HPLC, but the one we show is TLC, where we show that they actually can process this POM, because you can see there that there is monorhamnolipid and dirhamnolipid right there. And as I stated before, the yield is 80 to 85% from the initial sugar 8.5 gram per liter.
The SWOT analysis we done. Our weakness covered by our strengths, and threats covered by opportunities. This is our plantation location in Leban, Kecamatan Batanghari, Leko, Indonesia. Why we choose this location? Because the first is availability of raw materials, easy transportation, labor availability, and close to Jakarta as the main market. This is our production capacity. We have 30,000 tons per year for production capacity. And we're using payment method, pre-onboard payment method. This is our selling price. Our selling price is 600 USD per kilogram. With capital expenditure is 8.7 USD per kilogram. Operational expenditure 13.5 USD per kilogram, and revenue is 577 USD per kilogram. This is our economic analysis for medium enterprises. We have return on investment in 80%, break-even point in 20%, internal rate of return in 70%, and payout time is in 6 months. To make sure our project goal, we propose this pentahelix collaboration scheme.
Okay, the impact is for Gold Indonesia that by our innovation will educate people with our technology, economic sustainability, equitable development that will create a new job and investment, and producing material without importing.
So we are Ramna Glow, an Indonesian young entrepreneur who seeks to contribute towards eco-green using our innovative technology. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, team, for the presentation. And we start from the discussion with the judges. Just Prof. Alisara, you can deliver your question.
Thank you very much. Very interesting project. Okay. You said that you can produce 80% of rhamnose. What are the rest? 20%.
why is it 80%? Or
No, you said that you produce rhamnose yield 80%. So is it only one product that you obtain from your fermentation, or you get other sugar?
no, we actually only produce one, that is rhamnose.
No, any other byproducts?
There's actually other byproducts, right? Sorry. So as you can see, this is like the pulp composition. There are several, like the fiber, there's sugar, carbohydrate, and protein, and everything else. So actually, when we so using that information, we can see that the process here. So actually, in an anaerobic digester, we actually produce hydrogen too, but we're not using that. So we actually can just give it to other people who actually need it for their experiment. And in fermentation, there's actually still have some glucose, and there's also fructose, sucrose, like that, right? But the byproduct, we were able to only achieve rhamnose because there is sedimentation. So during the sedimentation, any impurities and everything, we will just like put it back to the system again. So like the sugar, we can reuse it again. We recycle it. And then like the other, like maybe like inorganic compounds, it can be it can be filtered out at pre-treatment process.
So for the AD, you have pomade, you have the effluent that go to AD process.
Yeah.
And that produce?
That will produce rhamnose with glucose and oxygen.
And then you go to fermentation?
Yes.
Using rhamnose producing microorganism?
Yeah.
So you produce rhamnose in AD or in fermentation?
In fermentation. But
so
like
what is that AD for?
Sorry.
AD.
Yeah.
Anaerobic digester.
So the anaerobic digester is just like, so when
you get the effluent from anaerobic digester.
Yes, that's right.
And then you use that effluent for the rhamnose fermentation.
Yeah, that's right. And we get the yield from fermentation.
How do you separate rhamnose
from
the fermentation broth?
So that is using the sedimentation. So like
centrifuge, and then you get rhamnose?
No, first, so we want to like, when we, the product from the fermentation, there's like also the yeast, right? So the sedimentation is for like the yeast to, they are the floccular type, right? So they will make layers. The yeast will be at down and the product will be at top. The product itself still have rhamnose and the glucose, right? Like some of the glucose can go to will go to the bottom layer, but some of them will pass through, and that is why we have the purification process. The purification process is we went to 4 stages to be able to get that very pure rhamnose.
Rhamnose will separate out from the fraction of glucose. That's what you are saying. Is that true? I don't think you can get. I think it should be mixed. But you are saying, from what I am listening, you are saying that it's in the separate phase.
No, it's actually, as you can see, there's the glucose here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so where the glucose itself, like the rhamnose is in the glucose, right? Are you asking like the other glucose? Sorry, the other sugar. Sorry.
No, you were telling me that the glucose is after you do the sedimentation. You said the solid fraction of the yeast will be in the bottom, and then you separate and then the other part is glucose, and then it will be the other part that is rhamnose. So I am asking, is that true that you can separate out rhamnose from glucose by sedimentation? I do not know, so I ask you, is that really that?
Oh.
Is it correct that way? I am checking.
Okay. How we get the glucose separate from rhamnose, right? Sorry. So the answer is actually in the purification process using the ultrafiltration and nanofiltration. So like why we can't separate them, because we know the size of the glucose, right? So we'll be able to make the filtration to be able to hold the glucose. So later the passing through one are the rhamnose.
Prof. Alisara, are you satisfied with the answer? Or you have any comment?
Do the membrane separation for that electrophoresis, because I do not know about that. So when you were saying that sedimentation can give different part of sugars, I am confused. I never heard of that. Sorry. So,
Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, it's clear? Okay. Dr. Ann, please.
Rhamnolipid first, actually. So the rhamnolipid, and then we will break them to lipid and rhamnose.
TLC.
Yeah, this one. Yes, rhamnolipid. Which one? This one? This one? Yes. Yes. So how do we overcome that one? Is that the rhamnolipid, like we can give like a very high, we can give HCl, right? Yeah. Yeah. I think we lack of putting that word. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Asia, do you have a question?
Same topic. My question is, so how about your innovation of your technology as compared with your literature indicated in 2018? You just show us. Yeah. Do you modify the technology, or do you directly apply the technology displayed in the literature? Do you have any innovation in addition to the literature? If you go the last slide.
Last slide.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So this literature has been published, I think, 6 years ago. And do you have any innovation? Do you have your own innovation in your project, or you just use the technology in the literature? So do you have any modification, like you have the engineering yeast, or you have new strains to do the process?
So actually, from the literature, it's about rhamnolipid production from sucrose by engineered Saccharomyces, right? But we modified it. So the modification is actually we insert the gen with plasmid factor that can produce rhamnose.
Already.
So
modification has been done in advance of the results of the literature. So you get more efficient strain to do the work.
Sorry?
So you modify the strain to get a more efficient one to convert glucose to the rhamnose.
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm sure.
Yes.
Because based on my understanding, it is a little bit difficult. Yeah. Maybe if you success, you can publish science.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. So another questions. The results, I think, converts the glucose to rhamnose is very promising in the experiments or in the lab work. But what is the bottleneck for the commercialization of such a process? The bottleneck.
Oh, the bottleneck.
Yeah.
For the production process.
Yeah.
It would be on the part of pre-treatment actually. The first one is the pre-culture is expensive. The pre-culture process is expensive. Like we need to engineer the yeast itself is also expensive, right? So probably on the R&D process is the bottleneck for the production. But I think for when we want to take the substrate, it's fine because it's free, right? It's waste. So it's fine right there, but the pre-culture process is going to be expensive, so that's the bottleneck.
You mean the culture process of the substrate or culture process of the microbes?
The culture process of the substrates and the microbes. Because like, the R&D process is right there.
Okay, and you also mentioned the pre-treatment process is difficult. Pre-treatment, the first step.
Yeah, it's difficult.
So which kind of raw material do you use and which kind of pre-treatment do you want to employ?
So which kind of pre-treatment that we want to use?
Yeah, and what is the raw material?
The raw material is the foam itself, but we're using the anaerobic microbes that have biosynthesis of methanogen. So that we were able to take the methane and we were left with the oxygen and the foam and the glucose. So, and then they can go to fermentation afterwards.
Okay, so sorry, I'm not so sure. First step, during pre-treatment, you go to the methane, use the anaerobic microbes to produce methane. Do you produce methane or produce sugar or produce something else? In the pre-treatment, what is the product of the pre-treatment?
The product of the pre-treatment itself is the oxygen, the other glucose, and the foam.
The foam?
I mean like. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So my last question is, did you calculate the cost and the revenue, the gain of your system?
This right? Revenue.
Okay. So how many years can you recover your investment?
one more.
1 year.
Enggak.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
6 months.
6 months.
Yes.
That's impressive.
With all the production. Okay. Dr. Ausia?
Yes, 6 months.
Okay.
Yes, 6 months.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Pak Hans, do you have any question?
Okay. I think it's very interesting, yeah, the new information for me that I never think before. Normally, what is the raw material that utilized to produce the rhamnose?
Yes.
Normally, the industry, or as you know, what kind of materials or sources that can utilize to produce the rhamnose?
The rhamnose is from buckthorn berries, so usually they use the buckthorn berries, and they use extraction, the manual extraction, like we display it before in here.
This produced from what? From
buckthorn berries. Buckthorn.
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 It's a plant or
Yes.
fruit or something like. You can explain.
It's a plant. There's the picture.
So what is the similarity that you will change the raw materials from this one to POM? In what component that you will utilize to produce the rhamnose from POM?
What component?
Maybe if I see the process, it's not important about the whatever you use, POM or other resources, but you need the product from the aerobic digestion.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So maybe the hydrocarbon.
So which component from
Yes.
the POM that we use to
Yes.
produce rhamnose? Okay, so the component is we need the fatty acid and the glucose from the rhamnose, from the POM. Sorry.
We only have 1 minute left.
Okay. If you have obtained the product, what kind of tests that you need before everybody or people use your product?
What kind of test?
Yes, in your opinion.
I think first we have to undergo optimization first for the rhamnose, and then like PCR. I think we should undergo PCR to know that actually the product that we have is rhamnose, pure rhamnose, so that we will be able to get a good quality, same like the other products that is already made in the industry.
Yes, maybe you need to know it is poison or not, maybe something like that.
If it's pure or not, we already run the tests actually using the TLC and HPLC, but
Okay, because we ran out of time. We ran out of time, Dr. Ose, sorry. Okay, it's already 20 minutes for the discussion. Okay, thank you, team. We can pause for the team. So we will now have take a short tea break. Please be back here 3:45. Yes, right? Yeah. No, 3:45. No, it's 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes for tea break.
Yeah, we should have.
Are the jury already here? And the team ready? Okay. Um, sorry, wait. Welcome back. We continue our pitch presentation from SRIM team from Vietnam with title Research on Using Yeast Isolated from Fermented Pork Roll for Chitin Recovery from Shrimp Byproduct. Please come forward and good luck, team.
So good afternoon. We are from Team Stream. We come from Ho Chi Minh City, University of Technology, Vietnam. So for today, as presented on our slide, the main topic we want to emphasize is chitin extraction from shrimp whey product using microbiological method. So firstly, I will go briefly through the content table of our slide. We will go from the introduction to material, then result, and the final one is feasibility of our study. So in the first 9 months of 2024, Vietnam's shrimp capacity has reached over 800,000 tons. So I know that's such a huge number, but at the same time, that also leads to a huge amount of shrimp whey product, which account for 35 to 45% of the total input shrimp. That hinder sustainable development and exacerbate the environmental issue. But from our perspective, shrimp whey is not just a whey, it also contains a lot of valuable components like protein, mineral, carotenoid, and the final one is chitin. And that's also our main focus today. We want to utilize this shrimp waste to extract chitin, which can be used in further field. So traditionally, chitin is extracted by using chemical method, in which acid is used in the mineralized and alkali is used in the proteinized. That gives our high efficiency, but at the same time, if the waste is not handled properly, a huge amount of chemical is produced in our environment, and that's not the way we want. So we have biological method as an alternative way. We know that yeast can produce acid and protease during their fermentation process. So we want to utilize this characteristic in chitin extraction. About the material, and this is nem chua, which can be called as fermented pork roll, and we bought it from Thanh Hóa province. And the shrimp whey we collected from a coastal city in Vietnam. So here is the total procedure of our experiment. Firstly, yeast is isolated from nem chua, from fermented pork roll using the YBD medium culture, and then we reculture the yeast in the YBD medium at 24 hours under the room temperature, and then we centrifuge to collect the biomass of yeast. And for the shrimp whey, firstly it must be washed and then decapitated, then pressed and sterilized. So after being retreated, the yeast strain will be inoculated in the treated shrimp waste, and the fermentation is performed around 5 to 7 days under room temperature, with the initial inoculation is 10 to the power of a colony form unit per gram of shrimp, and then our final product is chitin. So how we determine the efficiency in the mineralized and proteinized, and also the crude chitin recovery. So Kedan method with the coefficient of 6.25 is used to determine the efficiency of proteinized, and the ash. And for the mineral content, we heating the sample in the furnace at around 550 degrees Celsius, And for the ketene recovery efficient, the way we compare the mass of ketene after being fermented and before fermented.
Now let's move to the results and the discussions. And what we did in the projects. First, we examined the different ways to treat the raw shrimp material to see which treatment we will get more ketene. And the next one, we isolate the different yeast strain from nem chua. And the last one, we will compare the deproteinization and demineralization and ketene recovery from different yeast strain above. Now, this is the comparison result compare between fresh and non-fresh shrimp head. From the table, we see significant change in the amount of ketene and lipid. And we found that if we treat the raw shrimp head by using brushing method, we will get more ketene. And this is the efficiencies of different yeast strain. From those strain that we isolated from nem chua, we saw that the strain N22 and N23 has the highest efficiency of deproteinization and demineralization. If we know that if the efficiency of deproteinization and demineralization is higher, it means the quality of our ketene is better and purer. So we see those two strains, N22 and N23, has a great potential in ketene recovery. So can our project be applied to the large scale production? The answer is yes, and here are some reasons. First, our country, Vietnam, has an abundant source of raw material. Every year, shrimp byproduct in Vietnam is estimated about 325 tons. The second one, our recovery ketene method is effective because it has high efficiency, is eco-friendly, and is cheaper compared to other methods. And the final reason is we have a large consumption market. As you know, ketene is an important substance in many fields like food and beverage, healthcare, agriculture, and industry. So overall, our ketene recovery method had a high efficiency. It can be larger than 65% in some strain. The production cost is very low, but we can create a high value product like ketene. And the last one, our products don't pollute the environment. So this is the end of our presentation, and we are happy to receive the question from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. So we go to the discussion session with the jury. Prof. Alisara, do you have a question?
Yeah. Can I see the materials and methods again?
Yes, this is a material and a method.
So you isolate the yeast from nem chua?
Yes, nem chua is the name of our food. It's a fermented pork.
Okay. And then you ferment the chitin using the shrimp waste?
Yes.
Okay. So what are shrimp waste in this case?
Shrimp waste in this way is a raw shrimp head. Head of the shrimp.
Isn't it isn't it easier to just extract chitin out, not fermentation? So normally we can extract chitin using the chemicals. So isn't it easier to do that than do the fermentation? Why do you need to do the fermentation? Can you defend?
Because the advantage of chemical method is faster, but we have the cost is very high, and we have to use a lot of chemical, and it can pollute the environment. But if we use this method, we can reduce, we can protect the environment, and stream head has a high chitin content compared to other part of the stream, and compared to other sort of chitin like acetylcholine of the insects. It has high, it's softer texture, so we ferment it easier.
Is the yield that you expect to get from your fermentation the chitin yield?
So about the yield that we expect, can you imagine that the chitin is a molecule, and it can be covered by mineral and protein. So firstly, if we want to extract chitin, we have to demineralize and deproteinize, and the final product is chitin. So if the demineralized and deproteinized is high, the chitin that we recover is more pure.
How long does it take for
Around
your fermentation?
5 to 7 days.
5 to 7 days. So in terms of cost effective compared to chemical analysis and time, I think this one take more time, right?
But if we use the chemical method, the wastewater will contain like acid or alkaline. It will affect the environment. But if we ferment the ferment part, it had a balance the amount of amino acid, and we can use the product as a protein supplement in food, and it can be added to the food of the fish.
Okay, clear from Alisara. Okay. Next, Dr. An. Okay.
So normally, from the name two is fermented mix, we isolate the bacteria, right?
Yes.
However, here you isolate yeast. Okay. So, and I think now in the use bacteria for the move the minerals is commercial product, it's commercial way. So compare with bacteria and lactic acid and so yeast. So what is advantage when you use yeast? Understand?
So you mean if we compare the efficiency, the same method, but we use the bacteria like lactic acid, if we have any better result, right?
No, because bacteria lactic acid is using like the commercial way to remove the mineral for the cheat to be produce chitin. However, now you want to replace by the yeast. Okay, yes. However, what is advantage compare with bacteria and the yeast?
Our objective is want to upgrade this project into a larger scale. So if we use bacteria, we have a lot of variable that need to be controlled. Like you know that if we work with bacteria, it's really contaminated and
really bacteria more contaminated than yeast.
Like it can cause disease for human health if we not handle properly.
No, but lactic acid is probiotic. You can eat it.
if we want to get bacteria from one sort, we have to isolate it. So in this, I think in this step we can fix.
Bacteria grow very fast, more than yeast.
Yes.
So in the process, it takes you 5 or 7 days. Okay. I think, but for the bacteria, it takes only 2 or 3 days, more faster, because bacteria grow very fast, especially for lactic acid. It can produce lactic acid, and lactic acid will attach for the mineral to remove it.
Because we have do many research on the optimal condition for the fermentation, and we saw that from the time from 5 to 7 days it had the most effects. But in the future, if we have a change, we will find a more optimizer conditions like a pH, temperature, and the yeast density. And now the yeast density of this project is 10 power of 8 CFUs per milliliter. Yes, this is your optimize conditions of this project, and we have to do a lot of research to find this. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. An. Dr. Ausia, too.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, so if you use shrimp waste to do the fermentation process and then to produce carotene, yeah, do you need any pre-treatment before fermentation process?
So we have tested by the pressing retreatment. Yeah, as you can see on the screen. So this is the comparison table for the water, protein, lipid, ash, and chitin contained in the fresh shrimp head, and after it be retreated.
But this is just approximate analysis. So how about, do you have any additional pre-treatment process with the shrimp head? So, for example, if you do the experiment, do you direct put the whole shrimp head into your fermenter, or did you do some like the cut and other physical chemical treatment to make it into small particles, or even hydrolysis, and then to do the fermentation?
So we just press it and then sterilize. So for the pressing method, it's just our experiment. Like we want to test that if the pressing method have effect on the chitin content. So that's also our source for belief that the pressing is the most effective way for retreating.
Okay, so how about the substrate conversion efficiency? For example, how about how many organic materials have been converted during the fermentation process, before and after fermentation? Do you have a lot of residues after fermentation process?
So your question means, do we have lots of residue after fermentation process, right?
Yeah. And that's the residue of shrimp head, which cannot be converted during the fermentation process.
as you see on the graph, you see, look at this. The highest chitin compound that we recover is N32. The efficiency is about 65%. So the residue is the remaining.
Okay, how to define the efficiency or the percentage?
Because I think it's in the screen head. It's composed of 4 main compounds like mineral, protein, lipid, and chitin. So if we want to know the purity of the chitin, we have to check if there is any remaining amount of three other compounds like protein, mineral, and lipid. So we have to check the remaining amounts of the 3 components.
Okay, so how about the, because carotene is a final product, so how about the concentration? Concentration of our carotene?
We don't measure directly the concentration of this because we know that we need to have a high deproteinization and demineralization. It's higher. It means the chitin is purer, and we know that in previous study, the amount of chitin in scream head usually about 13 to 17%. Yes.
So it is in the solid state or in the liquid phase?
It's in the solid state.
Okay. So it's based on the lab scale experiment. So do you also have some assessment or calculation about the whole process? So if you want to scale up, so what is your investment, and what is your revenue?
As we know from our country, 1 kilogram of the scream head is about $0.2, but chitin has some products made by chitin has a high price.
Yeah. So, but you know, you get a carotene, you need to purify it, and you also need to collect the shrimp, pre-treat the shrimp, like you use the sterilization, autoclave or something. It also involves the equipment cost and also the energy cost and also the process to do the process. So you have the cost. For example, you need to scale up the bioreactor, and it also have the equipment cost and also stir. If you want to stir, you need the electricity supply. So there are a lot of cost. Maybe you can think about it afterwards. Okay. And then I have additional suggestion. You can compare with your new technology with the conventional technology. How to treat the shrimp head in Vietnam in the current stage. You can do a detailed assessment and you can compare the potential of your new process. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Ausia. Dr. Hans, please.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. I'm curious about the number. Why do you use N11, N12, N13, not number N1, 2, 3?
This number N11 and 12 is mean the name of the yeast that we isolate, because in one product it has many yeast strains, so we name it like this.
Oh, so how many yeast do you use? How many parameters that you use in your process, in your research?
So you mean how many parameters?
Yes.
So the whole process is just focus on the fermentation. So the parameter that we want to control is about the time that the fermentation will last, the pH of the fermentation broth, the initial inoculation of the yeast, and the temperature. Yeah, that's also for a parameter that we want to control.
So how many run data do you achieve? And N44 and N42 is the last number, or you just select the best result in this graph?
Could you make the question more?
Yes, N11, N12, N13, or N11, N12, which ones? Then the next step, N21, N22, and N23, and N24. So it's different number. And for N31 and N32, why not same as N11, N12, N13, N21, N22, N23, N31, N32, like this? You can explain it?
Just the name.
Yes, I want
the
explain
name.
the name.
Isolate name.
Yes.
There is no meaning, right? Just
Yeah,
only the
that's just a name because we don't know that is that we name randomly. Yeah, yeah. It just have the different in shape that we look on the colony, and also that we observe with microscope. So that's how we name it. And actually, we don't know which is Yarovia or which is Candida or Saccharomyces. Yeah, we don't have the scientific name for it, so we just randomly name it.
Okay. Normally, the graph content of x-axis and y-axis. In the y-axis, you mentioned the caption, the percentage and the unit, but the x-axis there is no information. You just the number or the name. What kind of name this? Maybe. Yeah.
So this graph is just about that we want to compare the proteinized efficient, the mineralized, and also the crude ketone recovery between loss of yeast that we isolate. So the number on the left side is just the percentage. Like as you can see for the blue column, that is all about proteinization, and we have that N22 and N23 has the highest the proteinized efficiency. Yeah, that's just a comparison between different.
Do you have the suggestion for the x-axis name?
The name for the x-axis?
For the axis.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
The name can be
It's
name of the strain. Yeah.
Okay. What is the difference of product that obtained from bioprocess and chemicals? Is it the same, the ketone of the specification of the obtained ketone?
Because as we know, if we use the fermentation process, the quality of the ketone is better than the chemical method, because ketone is a polysaccharide that composed of N-acetyl glucosamide. If we don't treat the chemical properly, it can break down and it reduce the quality of the ketone. But if we use this method, the quality of the ketone is better. Yes.
In what term of that you mentioned better? Maybe what the stability or maybe the taste?
Okay. Actually, we haven't tested on the kit in our product, so we don't have any result for that. So maybe that also our for future development.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, team.
Yes, okay, one
Pak,
again.
Because the
Oh,
time
okay.
is. Okay, thank you, team. Big applause for the team. And we are go to the last team for today. We will please give a warm welcome to OTEC Warrior team from Malaysia with title Acceleration of Rural and Coastal Electrification Process in Sabah via implementation of ocean thermal energy conversion technology. The OTEC Warrior team, the stage is yours. Or maybe we need to. Okay, you can start your presentation.
Hello and good afternoon all. Hello. And sorry. Hello and good evening to our honorable judges, organizers and all. Okay, as we discussed before, there are a lot of multiple various sources of renewable energy that we can find in globally. So first we used to have solar, wind, biomass and also hydropower. Is it? So let me bring you guys to one question is are we can generate the electricity from ocean? Okay, let me keep the question to you. So I am Shahira and Tiang. We are from Malaysia. Yes, this is our country rich with cultural and also biodiversity. And there are two parts of Malaysia actually. First is Peninsular Malaysia and the island of Borneo, which is Sabah and Sarawak. And Malaysia is also committed, we are also one of the 170 countries that commit to achieve the commitment of Paris Climate Agreement 2015 and also the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. And as the developing country, but Malaysia also have problem that some part of Malaysia still don't have enough basic needs and still unelectrified. What I say with unelectrified is that they have some access with the energy of electricity, but they are not renewable and also not available for 24 hours per day. That's the current issues that we are trying to solve in this project. So this is just an overview what is the current energy status in Malaysia. Honestly, Malaysia is still using the fossil fuel for about 86%, but we and emitting 72.7 metric tons CO2 from the electricity generation. However, we have the clear direction to achieve 40% of renewable energy by 2035. Let me bring you to one part of Malaysia which have a biggest issues on the energy and electrification, which is in Sabah. Like I mentioned before, this is two part of Malaysia. The right side, which is near to Brunei, there we have a state named Sabah. The population in Sabah is 4 million people, and 1.6 million is staying in rural area, where 5.3% categorized as poor community, poor population. So in Sabah, they heavily rely on the fossil fuel based energy, which is natural gas, for about 86%, and only use 7.3% of renewable energy, which is coming from hydro, biomass, and solar. Okay. However, this is also not meeting our national target, which is to achieve 40% of renewable energy in Malaysia. The next issues that happen in Sabah here, actually, they have problem with the power instability. The current available energy used to have the disruption, as you see in the news that they have the problem with gas supply disruption, and also the available renewable energy supply also sometimes discontinue, such as mini hydropower and solar due to the weather conditions. There are also some other cases that happen in Sabah, which makes some part of Sabah is unelectrified. That's why we, in this project, we propose for the implementation of ocean thermal energy conversion, or OTEC, to be implemented in Sabah.
So let me brief about what is the ocean thermal energy conversion. OTEC is. OTEC is the novel energy technology to generate the electricity using the temperature difference, which is about 20 degrees Celsius, between the warm sea surface and the cold deep sea at approximately 1 km depth. The history of the OTEC can be starting from the first introduced concept in 1881, and the first relevant experiment was constructed in Cuba by 1926. And currently the OTEC is come back to our public as one of the renewable energy sources in the world. Normally, the OTEC plant will be located at the coastal or the seaside area, especially like the offshore side or the as a floating platform, or the near shore side, like the land-based plant sites. So there are the three main types of the OTEC system. First, for the closed OTEC system, it is using the low boiling point working fluid like the ammonia to be vaporized to drive the turbine to generate electricity, which offer the lower maintenance, operation costs, and low environmental impacts, but with the potential of the fluid leaking, and there is no useful byproduct is produced like the desalinated water. The second one is the open cycle OTEC system. For the open cycle, they use the warm seawater as a working fluid to be vaporized to drive the turbine, which is different using the ammonia in the closed system. This one have the simple plant design, and there is the desalinated water as a byproduct. However, it can bring the high risk of the biofouling and the corrosion towards the system, and there will be the high environmental impacts, higher maintenance, which is because the open cycle is not applicable to the large scale plant setup. That's why we want to propose the hybrid OTEC system in our proposed solution. For the hybrid OTEC solution to operate, the first, there are the two concurrent operating systems. First, the warm sea surface seawater will be pumped and be vaporized into the high content energy vapors. The high energy content vapor will be transferred to the ammonia to vaporize the ammonia before to generate the electricity, and the vaporized warm seawater will be discharged back as the desalinated water, and then the vaporized ammonia will be condensed back into the ammonia for the next cycle. So for the hybrid OTEC, it combines both the closed and open cycle system with the moderate environmental impact, high energy conversion efficiency, moderate maintenance. However, it still will have the slightly higher operating cost and more complex system design. There are few OTEC plants is set up in around the world, which is in Japan, the Okinawa, and the Makai OTEC plant in Hawaii. And there are also the proposed and approved plant will be set up in the current times. And this is the 6th country with the active policy towards the OPTEX, and this one of the country is our country, the Malaysia. For the profitability analysis, the ROI will be 23.7% with the payback period of 4 years, and the price without the credits or the subsidy will be USD 0.2 per kilowatt hours. And this is considered the OPTEX system is feasible, profitable, and considerable. So why OPTEX technology should be deployed? Because it can provide the new renewable energy sources as long as the sunshine and the ocean exist. It also provides the stable and continuous electricity generation 24 hours year-round as long as the resource continuously refreshed by nature. And third, the desalinated drinking water can be produced towards the OPTEX compared to other ocean-related energy.
The time is already 10 minutes.
Sorry, let me get it quick. So how that can be impactful to the environment, economy, and social is, first, of course, we do the renewable energy because we want to have a technology that giving the low CO2 emissions, and through this OPTEX technology, we can break the dependency on the fossil fuel. Next is for the economic side, the main industry in Sabah is is agriculture and tourism, and through the OPTEX we can improve the local business, boost the tourism sector, and also generate new jobs. And lastly, for the social side, we can say that by having the clean energy, the better access to energy, we can improve the community well-being, enhance the local service, and also having the access to fresh water due to the desalinated water produced through the hybrid OPTEX system. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you for the team. And now we go to discussion session with the juries. Any question? Oh, okay, from Alisara.
I like the project, very interesting. So you really convinced me a lot of good things about this proposal. What are the challenge or disadvantage of this approach?
So as we do the system, first of all, is that hybrid system is giving the high energy conversion, but also we need a little bit higher cost for the operation. To start the system, we need the high costing rather than open and closed system. But overall, for the another compared to another renewable energy, it's like compatible, comparable. We can say that.
Actually, there are some challenges, like because the OPTEX technology is using the ocean water, like the cold deep water. It's about 1 km or 800 meter or 1,000 km, 1,000 meter depth for collect the cold deep water with the degree Celsius of 5 degrees Celsius. That's why there will be a big challenge to set up the pipeline into that deep to collect the cold sea water. But from overall, from the impact and also the environmental impacts, especially like the desalinated water things, it can be considerable, and also is quite feasible to be set up to generate the electricity.
Is there any places that use this technique in practice?
In practice, yeah. As you can see that some of the Actually, OTEC is the oldest renewable energy, which is about first started 18th century, and then, but there are they used to hype with this OTEC before this, but due to some problems that they decide to stop the operation. Most of them is due to the pipeline, the piping, that the material may be break down because of the pressure of the water, deep sea water. And so, but they keep on improving, and I think this is the time that we need to look up into technology again.
Because for the OPTEC to carry out to generate electricity, there must be about the temperature gradients about 20 degrees Celsius. So it's quite suitable to set up in the Malaysia or other country at the equator, because we usually full day 1 year will have the sunshine. So the surface water will be slightly higher the temperature. That's why it's mostly for the OPTEC plant to be set up is overall at the near to the equator.
Very interesting topic. It's always important to explore the ocean. Yeah, you know, the ocean has a lot of renewable energy sources. We can use the wind to generate the electricity. We can use the wave to generate the electricity. We can also use the salinity difference to generate electricity. And we can also use the flow to generate electricity. Also, thermal is an option. Yeah, so I'm just curious because there are existing demonstration sites. So did any of the sites use the hybrid cycle? You mentioned the open cycle, closed cycle, and hybrid cycle. So
currently, there is no plan. The approved or the setup plan is not using the hybrid cycle. Mostly it's based on the closed cycle.
Okay. Okay. So each cycle has an advantage and disadvantage. Yeah. Maybe some the closed cycle or open cycle would be simple, but could have some disadvantage, and the hybrid cycle could improve. But did you assess the efficiency from the thermal energy to electricity from your hybrid cycle?
From the theoretical efficiency from the research part, the efficiency, energy efficiency from the OPTEC, especially the hybrid OPTEC system, will be about 10 to 15%. Actually, it's quite a bit lower compared to others, but compared from the resources and other considerable impacts, it have more advantage compared to others.
10 to 15% from thermal energy to electricity.
Yes, the efficiency.
Okay, maybe you can check the data, because the very small temperature difference, only 20 Celsius degree. So it's very small. You know, in the thermal power plant, we typically can generate the very high temperature steam to drive the turbines to get the electricity. That's above than 600. Yeah, 600 Celsius temperature difference. But you only have 20. Yeah. So maybe you can calculate the theoretical efficiency of the Rankine cycle. That could be, yeah. So as far as I know, because the the ocean thermal energy utilization has been developed for many years, but it could have some bottleneck to be overcome. Yeah, one problem might be the energy efficiency and also the cost. Yeah, so now the ocean wind electricity develop very fast because it's cheap and with very high efficiency. But it also have problem with electricity storage. So that could also be your problem of the ocean thermal electricity generation. Maybe you can also think about it. Yeah, but anyway, I think this process is very interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I have two questions. The first question is how is the cost of electricity for you by this system? The cost. Yeah. The second question because I mentioned you mentioned before. So this system introduced by 1991, a long time ago. Yes.
The first concept introduced is by the 1881,
yes.
And the first experiment on this object is 1926.
Yes.
And from the compared to others, like we found that the setting up for the plant is about like million US dollar actually. It's quite high for the setup. But if considered for a long time, including the production of the desalinated water to overcome the water shortage, and also the electricity to overcome the inaccessibility, and also the accelerate electrification process is considered still considerable.
Yes. And until now, how many systems were installed in the world? How many systems or tech systems installed in the world? So not much.
This one is majority showing the country have the optic system installed. The first they actually have the 3 optic system in plant and operating in the Hawaii at USA, and one at the Japan for the Okinawa. At the Kume Island, it can produce like the 100 kilowatts annually, and one of the Makai optic plant can produce, and it's already scaled up until the 100 megawatts plants to overcome. For 1 megawatts can fulfill for 20 to 30 households.
So they are not mass. So they are not only 3 or 4 systems.
That one is the current operating, and then the yellow one is the proposed and currently setting up plants. Like Malaysia, there is also have the 1 optic system installed at the Port Dickson.
Yes. So
but that one is not the big scale one, like just like starting in 2020.
The minimum would be like 100 kilowatt for each plant to be set up.
Okay. So how about the cost?
The cost is
for compared with others, like yes, by biomass electricity. Yes.
Because for like 100 megawatt, it can be up to $1.2 million. So if we would like to target like only 1 megawatt, the approximate amount would be $10 million.
Compare with biomass electricity. You compare with biomass electricity. Wind electricity, I don't know. So you compare the cost of electricity produced by this system with another like biomass electricity or wind electricity?
It's from the cost. Definitely, this one will have the highest costing. But if compared to the biomass or others, with the wind or solar, they have very depending on the weather condition. Have to like the solar panel, we have to fully the sunshine all the times. Like winds have to the windy condition. But for the optic system, as long there is the difference of the temperature, they can operate for 24 hours year around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's very interesting. Yeah. Do you observe the stability of temperature difference? And how much is the limit or the lower value that the system was able to be running well?
The value of the temperature?
The difference, temperature difference, delta T.
20 degrees Celsius.
Minimum.
On average, 20.
Oh.
Yep.
So, how far is the ideal locations in Malaysia from the beach? That, yeah.
There's one that already operated in Port Dickson, Malaysia. It's like near the beach. Yeah, near the coastal area, So that one is land side.
Yes, because the problem is how to send the obtained electricity to the user if you install in the far from the beach. And about the technology, what kind of technology you will select? The or ORC turbine or Stirling engine? Do you review about this technology? Organic ranking cycle, the generator. Yeah, yes. What kind of technology you will use? The turbine or the Stirling engine?
Yeah, we use the turbine.
Turbine.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me add on something because why we use the turbine, because our working fluid is the ammonia. The ammonia will absorb the heat energy from the warm surface seawater to vaporize into the vapor. That the vapor will drive the turbine to generate the electricity. That's why, and then the ammonia vapor will be condensed back by the cold seawater. And then readily into the next cycle.
Okay, the last question is about the economic analysis that you consider for 4 years payback periods in what capacity of electricity?
This one is for 1 megawatt.
1 megawatt.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation. Give applause for the team. And this is the last team for the final pitch presentation for today. So please, for the jury, please go to the next room for final pitch jury meeting. And for all participants, please stay here. We will have another panel discussion. Okay, we will now have another engaging panel discussion featuring Ms. Rosibel from UC Riverside and Mr. Guang Wei Zhang from E3. Where is? Their insight will enrich today's conversation around innovation and sustainability in green energy. So we need to wait for Mr. Guang Wei. Please, the stage is yours.
Okay. I would say I'm very moved. I'm very impressive of our next generation's presentations. The reason I'm very moved is because you come up here, give us how to say, to resolve the issues, to resolve the mess our generation create. I think whatever those problems happen now is because your parents' generation, our generation create. And we create a mess for you to resolve. But don't worry, we will work with you along the line to do it. And I think we need to think about we can do it. Doesn't matter how difficult it is. But the mess is already there. We have to find all the solution to resolve it. Okay, and I think from today's talk, and that's the reason you facing this challenge is not your problem, to be honest, because professor would give you a challenge to you find a problem and resolve it. But actually, I just say it's not your problem, but because it's your future, so try to resolve it. And so for all the people give the talk here, I think you need to be, that's what I feel, because now you all are scientists, but now you want to be an entrepreneur. You want to sell your technology to maybe an investor. So you can be a very confident stand here to present your technology. But from today's talk, I think a few questions to suggest for the young people. Now you will try to sell product, not sell a technology. I think I hear a lot of you probably try to sell the technology, but in the business world, you don't sell the technology, you sell the product. So when you try to pitch something, I think Professor Rosemary Kipnang, he know much better. He will train a lot of young people. So you need to switch your mind. You do a lot of work in the laboratory, but now you are selling your product, not your technology. So that's what I feel. When you try to, you need to keep in mind. I think Michael used who, whom, how is yesterday, right? You try to use that. And so you think about what product you want to sell when you come up here, and who will be your customer. Some team mention about your customer, but some of them doesn't mention, but because you are scientist. I think that's the that's your we scientists tend to do that. So that's what I feel. And why you do this, you have to very clear. And when you sell your product to an investor or your technology to investor, we often have a 3 minutes pitch, much shorter than 10 minutes today. So you have to very clear what product you sell, who you're going to sell. A lot of time you sell to the wrong people. You're talking about 3 hours, it's nothing going to sell. Yeah, so you have to very clear about that. That's a lot of work for you, but I hope our new generation can be doing much better than us. Okay, so that's a few key words I find out today during the talk, and be clear what the difference your technology, your product different from others. So the judge keep asking you, how do you compare the chemical method and biological method? A lot of you working on the biotechnology, don't lock your mind in that, because your competitor may use the chemical method. So when you do something, your bill need to be much bigger, and know what is your challenge, what is competitor, who you going to sell, what you going to sell. All those things keep coming back and forth. You have to think about it all the time. And it's also another difficult thing is the cost. You need to do, some of the team does do those estimations. And as this morning I say, we keep shying to talk about the money, but what are you going to say is to correct the money. So not to be too shy about the money and how much you need to spend. You need to spend this and get a lot of money for your customer. Yeah, that's the something, and also the technical economic analysis, and that's the what challenging you have. And innovation is the difference. You need to know what is your difference from others. You have to be different from others. I think the judge asks you all the time, what the difference of your technology from the others? If the same, your technology not, or your product not going to sell at all. And I think that's the, through this afternoon's talk, I get some of this idea. I think Professor Roosevelt probably will give you more information. He will talk about the key issues, help you how to sell. Now you are salesman, not the technician now. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And Professor Bill, you already said many things that I was thinking about, but I would like to start by asking you, the students, how long did your team work on this project? How long? The shrimp project, how long did you work on the project?
Actually, you want to say something, be confident.
Yeah. This is part of the
1
training.
day.
You have to speak up.
Yeah.
How long did you work on the project? About 6 months. Okay, good. Second question, how did you select the project? How did you find the project that you wanted to work on? Okay, I'm going to, if nobody answers, I'm going to start asking. Okay, let's see, the Ramos, what is it called? The Waste to Beauty project. How did you select the project?
They are not here, I guess.
Too bad, because I had a comment. You can share that with them. Imagine that I'm going to put something in my face. How would you feel if the title of the presentation is From Waste to Beauty? Right? So Professor Bill said something very interesting. Sometimes when you are thinking about as an entrepreneur, you're thinking about your customer. And you're thinking is how do you appeal to your customer? And who's the customer? Who's the customer? ¿De qué? Stand up. Who? Who's the customer? Okay, so you need to speak up. Part of the program, this is a training program, right? And part of this journey of an entrepreneur from a technologist, which all of you are, very accomplished, 6 months, and you did great presenting, okay? I will say that some of you had very complicated projects that I actually had another question for you. What did you want to accomplish with that project? You selected the project. I'm going to actually install submarine pipes and create energy in the ocean. That's extremely difficult and extremely expensive, right? The one, as you were talking about, I was looking at the internet, and they said that the project in Hawaii essentially is not working very well. The pipes foul, right? There's a lot of problems, very expensive. So the question for you all is, do I select the project because I want to start a business, or is it because it's a project that I need to do for a class? And that's really important, because your passion and your drive to get to the solution and to solve the problem, I will say after thousands of students that I've been working with, that's what makes the difference between success and failure. At the end of the day, what you'll find, nobody cares about the technology, and I'm sorry to say that. Sorry to say that. I'm a PhD scientist engineer. You get enamored, in love with the technology, but nobody cares. The question that the investors and the customer says is, what value, how do you solve my problem? Not your problem, my problem. What problem you're solving for me, and why is it better, cheaper, faster? How am I going to be more competitive than what I am today? That's the question, right? So that's what I'm saying. Nobody cares if the technology is very elegant or very complicated. Do I really need to do a yeast extraction and a fermentation of that project? Is that the most cost-effective, simplest way to get to market? That's what drives the project, and that's what makes you so. Number one, is passion your drive because you want to build a product in a company, or is it a class project? I can tell you, when I teach the students, the ones that just want to get a grade, they're not that interested. Second, when you select the projects or when you work on a project, sometimes the most, and of course this can be a class around biofermentation and all of that, but really what we care from an investment standpoint is cost and simplicity. If I'm going to have a process that requires very sophisticated pieces of equipment that are expensive, that is going to take some of the, I think one of your projects says 6 months to get to what is it called, to break even. I don't believe that. Nothing. In many years, I have never seen a project that is, unless it's maybe a TikTok or an app. But if we're talking about deep technology and science, it's years. So, number one, we need to think about why we're doing the project when we select it. Is it feasible? Is it something that you can accomplish? And you already selected very amazing projects, but very difficult projects, right? That I can say very unlikely that this can turn into a company or a product unless you have significant investment. So think about that. Second, is this simple enough? Can I do it? And the most important part is, how many of you talk to a potential user of your technology? How many of you did that? For example, who pick up the phone and call the person in Hawaii that has that some underwater plant? Who talked to the people from the, you know, unfortunately, the cosmetic, which is a very interesting project. Just the point that I can actually extract a component doesn't mean that L'Oreal or Estée Lauder or whoever cosmetic company is going to buy it. You need to talk to them, number one. And what we do is we send you to talk to the 100 potential customers and users before you even start doing experiments. Because the interviews of the customers, and customer means the person that is going to pay for your product. So if you're saying the customer is going to be a government official, who? Who has the purse, right? And if it's and he said, oh, it's the community, but who? Do they have even the capacity? So think about it. The customer, you need to go and do a complete and thorough analysis on who is the buyer of your technology versus the user, number one. And for that, we send you to hundreds of interviews to go and talk to people and come back. And what we do is, with the scientific method, is you come back and you have an insight. Insight means, what did you learn from this? So now I'm going to ask you back. What did you learn from these 6 months of work, which you worked very hard? What did you learn? What did you learn from the questions from your judges? Very interesting questions. What did you learn from that?
Tim, do you want to answer the question from the panelists?
And why do you think is that? I noticed there was a lot of nervousness. Why do you think was that?
Because we are scientists, we are not investors.
No, they didn't ask you business questions. They asked you technical questions. They asked you if you dimensioned the reactors. They asked you if you did the whole cost cycle. To be honest, I was surprised that some of you did not answer the questions. Because the technical piece is your expertise. That is just the baseline. The next level up is, can I make a business out of that? So what it tells me is that maybe you were nervous, or also that you need to prepare more. And that's another lesson for an entrepreneur. Imagine that you have, Professor Bill said, 3 minutes. They also call this the elevator pitch, the 30-second pitch. You don't get the next meeting unless in 30 seconds you actually pick the interest of a partner, investor, and a collaborator. So that means that if I ask you a question, you need to be prepared. So the questions were technical questions, were not business questions. So that's the ground level. We need to get that ready. We need to prepare more and practice, and anticipate the questions before you come and get in front of your judges. So that was very, very interesting. But also there were other questions that they ask you. They ask you about the process, efficiencies, cost, comparison. Those were pretty about to be expected, right? So you always you have to over-prepare, be ready, be on the field, and practice. Another question that another comment I wanted to say is that the presentation quality is also very important, right? You have 10 minutes. You need to be crisp, and you need to go to the point very quickly. So if you start telling me, imagine that I'm the one with the purse, and I have to listen. Last week I listened to 17 presentations. So in the first 30 to 60 seconds, you have my attention or you don't. So if you start telling me the story or the history of the technology, I lose interest, right? As an investor or as a partner. So in the first 30 seconds is who we are, what we do, and what problem are we trying to solve, and for whom, who's the customer. The other piece is quantification. Is it for 1,000 people, for 1,000,000 people, for 500,000 people? How big is this problem? How many? What's the pain, they call it, right? So some of you did a very good job in attracting the attention in the opening statement, but you need to get to this is who we are, this is the problem that we're trying to solve, and this is the solution. Not how did I get there comes later, right? And the next one is how do you make money out of this? Why is this better? What is they ask you what is the innovation? Why is it better? How is it competitive? How is it compared to others? That's expected to come. So your slides need to be very simple, less text, more pictures, and just the bottom line. So because remember, I'm not an expert in what you're doing. You're the experts. I am not. So what you want is not to impress me on how smart you are. I know you are. It's how easy it is for me to understand what you're trying to do with very little effort. So less text, less pictures, less on the round, more to the point. And I actually had some slides that I want to show you, but I'm not going to. I just want to show you this slide, just to give you an idea. This graph was created by my mentor, who passed away, but he essentially created a program that is called the Proof of Concept program. And what it said, he worked for 3M for many years. And what he said is that many ideas. On paper, many ideas, thousands and thousands of ideas. But at the end of the day, what they say is how many really are successful, 5 out of 1,000, right? So the likelihood of an idea to succeed is very small. So the only way for you to increase the probability of success is to show evidence, proof of concept, prototypes. So the next question, for those of you who really want to work in this program, in this product, how do you work with the universities, with your local governments, because these are very important problems, and try to build something that you test your hypothesis that says that you're going to solve this problem, and that you have the solution for that problem. So it's a lot of work. It's 24/7, very much rewarding, and you're doing something that is really important. But you have to also think about it's a long journey, so you need to put the effort and you need to work on it, and it's not something that you do alone. And also think about the simplest solution, the better, because it costs a lot of money, always, and it takes 3 times as long. And the last point I want to make, and that's my last one, is the team. I didn't hear you guys introducing yourselves. You say, I am a chemical engineer, I am a physicist, I'm a microbiologist. How do the team, at the end, again, the technology, nobody cares. They care about the team and about the market. So you need to share with the group that you have the training and the expertise and experience that is necessary to build that company. And that's also part of the exercise. So practice, 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 and continue with that.
I think Professor Ross put it much better, and that's what I feel. I think probably today, because the judge is there, but in the future, the investor will sit there. They will ask even more tough questions, and that's what I feel. Be comfortable, practice, particular technical question. You need to get to the point and make a short answer, and believe yourself. You are the only one know this technology much better than the judge. So just be prepared and answer it, and be very comfortable, and don't face the screen, face your judge when you talk. And that's because that's what I feel, because you are student young. But I think in the classroom I keep telling my student that's you need to do. Don't be shy, because you are the only one know the technology. And that's one thing. And the other thing is also the presentation. The investor want to have a good teams, and your body language show you are actually for those team we can tell who is a team, who are not. And so a lot of time your team member will jump in to answer the question. We know this one is a better team than the other. So when you show up for the investor, you need to show a very tight team. That's a general feeling. And the other one is we call it TI, or technology readiness. You mentioned about 6 months. Nobody believes it is going to work. That's the reason. You need to go through the TRL. And the TRL, particularly at the 4 to 7, the investor, we always say that's a dead valley. All the team go through that area, they will die. Most of them will die there. And so that's why we call dead valley. So you need to be prepared, and what I need to overcome. And not many people talk about the TRL. You need to be careful about that, and I just try to summary. And most important thing is earlier Dr. Rosberg talking about. Talk with your customer as soon as possible. Don't work on your technology. And so you need to identify who, otherwise you talk to the wrong people. So find who is your customer. Talk to them as soon as possible. And Professor gave a very good example. If you want to put words in your face, think about how the customer feels. It's very good, a good product. But if you tell them I put a waste to my face, what's going to happen? And then you have to think about what you going to sell that product, and what technology you're going to develop. Yeah. I think that's the, and also another important thing, pretty simple. We scientists try to explain things, long story. Investor couldn't understand it. Pretty simple. So I tried to summarize.
No, I totally agree. In fact, I was going to show you this example of one of my students. this is a real student. My student created he's an engineer, PhD, and he created a method to detect pimples in winter. The technology was perfect. It could actually detect very, very minuscule pimples. But until we actually send it to go to talk to customers and understand how the technology can be used in the real world, he realized that his technology can work perfectly when you have the turbine on the floor. But he wanted to use it when it's already installed. That technology didn't work. You see? So you have to go through the whole process of identification, how this technology can be used in the real conditions. And what it says, the majority of businesses fail because they try to sell something that nobody wants. Totally. So start there. You have many, 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 that's to reduce the risk, not wrong. It's just to reduce the risk.
Thank you very much. I think our judge is here.
Okay.
So on to the judge.
Thank you very much for all the panelists. Please give applause to our panelists. So, the moment that we all waiting has arrived, but before we announce the winner for the 2024 ABBS Challenge Scope 1, I would like to ask Professor Ali Sarah to give a little bit, like a little speech for the all participants.
Okay, so after the presentation, I think every student are relieved and want to hear who will be the first prize, second prize. Okay, so I am the representative of the jury for today, and we all agree that all students have done very well, and then well prepared, well thought, well organized, and like the presentation is very good, excellent. So we encourage you to try again and again this next year, okay, to join the competition, and we congratulate you for the success that you have done. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ali Sarah. Let's give a big applause to all of the team for their incredible effort and initiative ideas. So we start from the third place. So in the third place, okay, ready? Okay, we wait for the medals to be set up first. The first will be the third, the second, and the first winner. They're not smiling now. After the nervous, then all are smiling. Now can I? I'm also nervous. I'm also nervous because of this. I mean, okay. Yeah, for the third place will be a trophy and the certificate. And for the second place will be the medals, the trophy, certificate, and 800 US dollar. And for first place will be the trophy, certificate, and 1,200 US dollar. The organizer ready? So this year's challenge is held every year, organized by APEC ACAP. So if you like this year is not like fortunate enough to win this challenge this year, don't forget to try again next year. Come again, join us next year. Maybe after the ceremony, Prof. Wu will announce where will be the Yes Challenge 2025. Maybe. For tomorrow, we will have the final pitch for the scope 2. We will have another 6 team start again in the same time, like we did today. And I saw some familiar face from last year, I guess. Some team from Indonesia and also from Malaysia, from the last year team. They willing to try again this year. Good luck, guys. Hope you can win this challenge. Okay, ready? Okay, as the organizer ready, so we will announce the third place. We have a team that impressed the judges with their creativity and impact. Please give a warm congratulations to So, give big applause for the third place, Energy Age from China Taipei. Chinese Taipei. Please come to the stage, and we would like to ask Dr. Hans Saputra to give the trophy to the team. Dr. Hans, please come to the. Please, for the, yeah, okay. Picture. A big applause for the third place. And the trophy, please. Okay. Big applause for the Energy Age from Chinese Taipei. Congratulations, team. Thank you, Dr. Hans Saputra. And Thank you, team, and congratulations for winning the third place. And then we move to the second place. So our second place goes to a team whose project demonstrates. So let's congratulate CQU Green Energy team from China. And please, Professor Alisara, to give the trophy and also the, yes. Please give applause for the second place to the CQU Green Energy team from China. The trophy. One more time. Picture. Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Alisara, and congratulations for CQU Green Energy team. Now, the first place. Jing, 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 jing. The music on. So, for the first place winner, whose outstanding work has truly set a benchmark for innovation in green technology, congratulations to Otek Warrior team from Malaysia. Please come forward to the stage. And we would like to ask Professor Wu to give the medals. Big applause for our first winner for the Yes Challenge 2024 in the Scope 1, Green Energy Technologies Empower Net Zero Energy Transition. Okay, congratulations all, and also all the team. Please come forward to the stage to take a picture together with the judges. Please, all of the today's team, come to the stage to take a picture with all of the judges. Please, all of the 6 team, all the team, take a picture with the judges. 6 for the 6 team for today's final pitch. Dr. Ausia, please come to the stage, and Dr. Ann, please come to the stage. Maybe then.
Okay, the student?
Yes. So, yeah. And also maybe from the, yes. Yeah, and also all of the panelists, please join us in the stage to take a picture. Yeah, yeah, Professor Zhang, and also Dr. Rosibel, please. And please, our first winner be in the middle, please. And after this. mentor from the first winner, Dr. Pir Muhammad. Okay, the photographer ready? 1, 2, 3, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations to all of you guys. Thank you for attending this Yes Challenge 2024. And maybe we can see you again next year. Okay, thank you for all of the team and also judges and also panelists for today agenda. And before we close this today agenda, we would like to have Professor Chu to give a closing remark. Yes, please. Because you are the PO. Okay, please, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Are you sleepy? Are you hungry? Yeah, I think we have a big party tonight, right? Yeah, we have 3 prizes today. First prize, second prize, and then third prize. I think you will have big party tonight. So maybe all the jury member, we can do 3 rounds for the party, okay? So just let us know where is your party, okay? Later, okay? So finally, we have to say congratulations for all of the teams. You got very good effort, and then your achievement, I think, also good. Yeah, today's. But tomorrow, don't be tonight, don't be drunk, okay? Yeah, tomorrow we also have 16, right? Yeah, to compete for another 3 prize. So it means another 3 party tomorrow, okay? So there's we have to come back, yeah, tomorrow also earlier. Okay, finally, thank you for all the jury members because you take a very like a very hard job for these 3 to 4 months. I think because you take care of all the students, yeah, since the first beginning, right? We have the 3 modules, 2 modules. Students have to learn from the on-site and also have to prepare your preliminary concept. Yeah, and then the jury member have to judge for the semi-pitch. Finally, you pass the semi-pitch and then come to here, right? So that's congratulations for all your efforts during these 3 months. But tomorrow we have another team, another scope, yeah, for the competition. Okay, thank you everyone. Yeah, have a good night today. Please don't drunk. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Chu. As we conclude our first day, I would like to thank to all of our speakers, panelists, and attendees for their valuable contribution. We hope you found today's session informative and inspiring. Let's reflect on the insight we've gained today as we move closer to achieving net zero emission. And we will, for tomorrow agenda, please come again in this venue at 8:10 tomorrow morning. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.